In a sense, yes, in a sense. Yeah, I'm happy to be here with you this evening. 2 weeks ago, we had the same caster duo,
Mhm.
and while you are checking your settings, I introduced the maps, I'd say, and we have to play, or the guys who are participating this this night have to play Himiyama, Relic River, Cascade, Waterholes, and Dry Arabia. And Himiyama is our first map. Hybrid map. We have some water in the middle. Not so much wood or resources at the main base, especially gold and stone, and only the now we have to say medium spawns because they are more tiny golds, 1.6k, and might be interesting if we see some fish openings. What do
Yeah,
you think about
yeah. I mean,
Himiyama?
Himayama definitely, as you said, hybrid map. Should be. By the way, my mic is now working again. Thankfully, sorry about that. So yeah, should definitely see some fish opening. Fish has been nerfed in the latest patch, so it's not as strong anymore. Although in with those like 5 fishing spots, I don't know if that's such a big deal. Like if you're thinking like late game, a 60-minute water game, yes, then it is a big deal. But if you're just going for the Dark Age dog, getting a little bit of a fishing out there to boost your eco for the next 10 minutes or so, I don't think that you will feel the difference as much. And most of the game is then, of course, played on land. So Himiyama in the last season, one of the ranked ladder pool map pools in the map pool, so a very well-known map, Relic River, in the new season pool. Cascade, a little bit of a custom map, waterholes, and of course Dry Arabia, as you mentioned. So yeah, I don't know. Like we see a lot of rivers here and a little bit of ponds, but not a classic water map, which I'm sure most people will not miss anyway. Most people don't like playing on water because it puts so much extra stuff what you have to do, and it changes your build order and all the fun things. Um, yeah. So I we already talked off screen about what we're gonna watch,
Yeah.
and we're just gonna hit the observe button and jump right into it, and it's actually gonna be a very fun matchup.
Oh, Knights Templar versus Rus. Oh, interesting. On Himiyama. I mean, Knights Templar are very, very nice on this map. Very strong because of their Podeco. I mean,
Hmm.
Knights Templar are the strongest by far in this season, the strongest water civ, especially because of their wood income and maybe, or wood echo in general, how it works, and maybe also on hybrid maps because they not only can play water openings pretty good because of the wood, they also can they also are pretty strong in Dark Age. So nice pick, but ShiroiiShi decided to not go for the water opening. He's playing just a pretty standard opening.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note, so this is the middle bracket, but Shiroishi usually would have been playing in the bottom bracket, but we're not having a bottom bracket today, and so he decided to play in the middle bracket instead, so kudos to him. And so I don't, like, why do I say that? We might not see water just because it's a lower elo player in a sense. And so I'm not surprised. Let's put it this way. I'm not surprised by the opening here. But as you mentioned, Knights Templar, a very, very strong civ in general, strong on water, and I also think very strong on maps like this, where it's a lot of smaller wood lines where you usually would have to, like, you know, every few minutes place another lumber camp and just make your way through the map. And Knights Templar famously not being able to build a lumber camp, they don't need it. And so I've, like, from my experience, Knights Templar is very, very strong on maps where there's a lot of straggler trees and stealth forest and all that, because usually you can't really use that as with other civs. But with Knights Templar, you just go through every tree and you don't care that much about it. And also because it's smaller woodlands, Rus may be a little bit in a disadvantage, not really a lot of great spots to utilize the high trade house. So I would say the longer the game goes, the better it should be for Knights Templar.
I agree. And I'd be very interested. Do we see a really long game? Because the timing for Rus, even though they don't have much wood or big wood lines or something like this, where they can place the high trade house to get a shit ton of gold passive in. But I think Knights Templar without fish opening on this map might be too slow, and we see a 2TC build for ShiroiiShi, and I think this is way too slow against their fast castle timing on this map. And we see the Golden Gatehouse, so pretty sure this is a fast castle play for Zimrathan, or Zimrathan.
Zimrathan, yeah.
And yeah, so I would expect a castle timing push by Rus, which kills the Knight Templar. In this strategy, ShiroiiShi just chose, and he goes up with the Johanniter Orden.
The Knights Hospitaller.
Knights Hospitaller.
Yeah, so that's a curious choice. The most famous one would be the Kingdom of France. That's the one that we usually see players pick, and Hospitaller Knights Hospitaller usually, I would say, is more indicating towards an aggressive feudal focus play. We've seen a lot of rushes with that commandery choice. And so it's kind of like it feels like it's going for feudal aggression, but at the same time, as you said, we do see this very strong build order with going for the second town center. If executed correctly, you basically have your second town center up and running at 5 minutes and yeah, maybe a couple seconds. I haven't been able to replicate the exact 5-minute one. And so ShiroiiShi a little bit behind in that regard, but still a solid timing here with the second town center. Rus, once Zimrathan scouts this out, which he should be easily able to scout it out with the stone, he could replicate something similar with the Golden Gate. Just go for a second town center himself if he wants to. Instead, we do see a knight in queue, so probably looking for a little bit of harassment while he is going up or preparing for Castle Age. We don't have Pro Scouts, so we said goodbye to the Pro Scouts matter. He only has 2 scouts opening with the Rus, which is, you know, fairly standard, I would say. Not looking for Pro Scouts right now. We have a knight, now we're seeing the stable at archery range rather being constructed, so could be standard archers or could be horse archers in Castle Age. We're gonna find out about that soon.
Yeah, and I have to change my my statement. Obviously, because we see a stable and a archery range. It's not a Rus fast castle play, I would say. So, as you mentioned, we see some aggression by Rus, and maybe it's the right choice because of the echo boom thing, but yeah, it feels always tough to try to feudal into a 2 TC Knights Templar, so it feels tough for me. Once the second TC is placed correctly, I mean the position. I don't. I don't know. I would go with a more aggressive TC because I would expect a fast castle and a pro scout by Rus. Zimrathan made me wrong, and ShiroiiShi's decision is pretty right. With the defensive TC, but I wonder if he will have enough food to defend his base or defend himself. Meanwhile, Rus has map control and can go on the field, on the map, even though ShiroiiShi found a lot of sheep. 8 or 10 against Rus, pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering that Roos started with the 2 scouts and ShiroiiShi was still able to find a lot of sheep, so that's a very good start for him for now. He could switch up the sacred side, but Zimrathan placed a scout on the other side as well, so he would be alerted if the pilgrims change their path. And I do like the feudal aggression. I mean, I'm very in favor for feudal aggression, whether I played with the Mongols or with the Byzantines. And so I do like that approach. The issue is that if it's not so successful, you will have the second, like the 2 town center Knights Templar against the Rus, and that can be very ugly very soon. A couple villager kills. Oh, by the way, do the pilgrims count as villagers? I think they do, because I think that's the first villager that actually got killed. But Zimrathan is already at 3, so I think that's actually the pilgrim. Let's see.
Yeah, it's the pilgrim kills.
Oh, that's interesting. So, okay, we have to make sure that the worker... Yeah, but, okay, because the pilgrim is actually flagged as a worker and not as a religious unit, and so... That is very interesting. So he did not kill 4 villagers, he killed 1 villager.
Right.
So yeah, good to keep that in mind. But yeah, so the longer basically, if they both stay in feudal age, the longer the game goes, the better it should be in theory for the Knights Templar. Just because of the 2 town centers. Rus doesn't have a 2 town center play right now. Still very heavy on wood. So is probably just gonna double down on his Knights Archer play. Already has a blacksmith, so he could go for the siege engineering as well anytime soon. And is keeping up the pressure here. So the 2 pilgrims here not doing anything right now. Spearmen are gonna find out the hard way that archers are not their friends.
Yeah. And here's the thing I dislike a little bit by ShiroiiShi, I have to say, the army combination. He's playing Spears Archer. I mean, the Wood Echo allows him to pump a shit ton of archers, but also Rus has a pretty nice Wood Echo with the Wooden Fortress and the lumber camps around the Wooden Fortress. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one has the better Wood Echo overall, but fighting a Knight Civ with archers, you normally play Spears Horseman, not Spears Archer, because now in this situation, how ShiroiiShi is playing this game, he has to micro very well. He has to micro with his archers, the opponent archers, and the spears. Keep it back so the spears don't die, but also protect the archers against the snipe. So that's hard micro intensive. If he would go for horsemen instead, he could kind of A-move, because the horsemen do bonus damage against the archer, the spears protect the knights, and then in this case Zimrathan has a more micro-intense game. Here we are, here we see it, all the spears are killed and the knights will have good time and enjoy the play against the archers, because 13 archers or against what, 5 knights?
Yeah.
That won't work pretty good.
No. Yeah, and I think that's the classic low elo mistake that you make is you go for the archers because that's what you can do right now. What they don't provide anything for him. The archers don't deal bonus damage against anything. I mean, you can play them one against the archers. That's okay, but it's not ideal. It's it's just yeah, throwing units against units that doesn't really help you. And so I absolutely agree. If it would have gone spearmen, horsemen instead. Also, what he could do is he doesn't have the gold income for that at the moment. But what I'm also missing here severely is the Hospitaller Knights. So, like,
Yeah.
he didn't really lose a lot of village. He still lost only one villager, so that's really good. But the Hospitaller Knights, they could heal up the ones that are injured. They could heal up the spearmen, and they are armored units. And so they are not as easy to take down for the archers, not as easy to take down for the knights. But regardless, now Zimrathan feels ready. He's moving in 3 rams, a lot of archers, a couple of knights in the front here. Easily able to snipe out the handful of spearmen in the back. And now he's just on top of the units, killing the archers one by one. Town center falling very quickly. And then it's almost over. So this is, by the way, only the only landmark right now for the Knights Templar. So just go for the main town center. He still has 3 rams. One of them is half dead, but still there's almost no units in front of him to defend this. Just go for the town center, go for the kill. And this game should be over very, very soon.
Yeah.
Oh, villagers
Now
being
the
pulled.
pull, yeah, for the rams, but I mean,
Yeah,
that's also a thing we mostly see in low elo games, that people who are dead, I don't know why they stay until they stay so long. Is it because they think, oh, I have a chance, or I want him to kill me, or what is the intention by this? Because he's in a pretty bad spot, and he should know he's in a bad spot.
yeah,
He has no army.
I mean, now he has a couple of Hospitaller Knights, so, but like too little too late. So I think the reason why people stay in a game like this is because they want to improve. How do I, like, if I'm on the back foot, how do I manage this? Because I mean, you and I, like, obviously we would have tapped out by then. But we also know what was the issue. He may not be fully aware of what the issue was, and so he's like, okay, I want to try something, and maybe it'll work, and maybe I'll, like, figure out what the issue was or whatever. And so that's why, like, if you were in this situation, you already know what the issue was. You don't need to wait and find out. You can just like, GG next. And so I don't blame anybody if they're staying in game, if they think they still have a chance. And then also the thing is, he doesn't know exactly what his opponent is doing, like, other than what's happening right in his base. And so maybe he's like, oh, but my eco was so much better because I wasn't 2 town centers for 8 or 9 minutes. Which, spoiler alert, his eco is not better. But again, he doesn't know that. He doesn't see that. Like, how is he supposed to know? And so Zimrathan is just, chilling right now. He could just go in for the kill again. He has enough archers to clean up the spearmen here. He still has a couple knights, not as much as he would like to have, actually. He only has 2 stables, so they're working overtime right now.
And he just lost a couple once he was diving the TC or pushing the main TC. But also what he's doing now in this situation, just camping in front of the base, killing the pilgers, just go for the deer. He's going for the 2nd deer pack on the north side, so it's normally ShiroiiShi's deer pack. So Zimrathan is doing pretty solid gameplay here, and now moving to the gold spot where the food is. Just carry the rams with him so he's not losing them. All good, all fine. And here's what I mentioned before: the food situation. The food situation for ShiroiiShi is pretty rough, pretty bad. Now the villagers idle again. 19 are running their life because berries nearly to get pushed, not finally now they get pushed, but villagers are evacuated. The farms are still not in use. Maybe they are used pretty soon. Yes, they are. But the Rams destroy the tower. Now the Rams on top of the production, also the armies on top of the production. So all reinforced which get produced by now will be immediately killed by these archers and knights, and the Rams just destroy the production quite soon, and we see a castle timing may come in because Zimrathan is flooding some resources. Now he's spent again. I'm not sure if what's his decision right now, if he wants to go castle or not. However, farm transition is coming in, but yeah, I think too late.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to go castle now. I mean, he definitely could, and if it wouldn't be such a one-sided situation, it would be a good decision. You know, just pull back a little bit. Don't risk your units. Don't dive the town center. You know, stay back, wait a minute, go castle age, and then hit with the upgrades like half a minute later. But in this situation, like it would just be. Yeah, I would advise him to just close the game because there's nothing that is holding him back. But again, like, this is literally the only landmark that is standing here because Knights Templar, they only have one landmark until they build the fortresses. That's their, like, you know, each fortress counts as a landmark. And so you can go, like, Knights Templar can have more landmarks than Chinese and Jushi's Legacy. So that's something, but you start with one and you will not have any more until you go for the fortresses, and they are quite expensive. 600 stone, 300 gold. It's a keep, you know, so it's a fair price still. But yeah, there's, as I said, like there's production has been completely destroyed. He's rebuilding it right now, but as you said, food income really grim right now. Templars do get 20% food from wood, so basically one tree with 150 wood is 30 food, but you can't really, like, you can't rely on that alone, obviously, so that's not gonna cut it. And Zimrathan is moving in now, 6 rams, so a little bit of an overkill here. I think 3 would have been fine as well, but I mean, there you go, why not? It's 8,000 health, might as well take all the rams that you can have, and before that happens, yeah, Knights Templar are gonna tap out.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the thing you want to go here? Rus is pretty strong. It's overall a pretty rough matchup. Doesn't matter what strategy you go for, but I think you don't want to go, especially once Rus has the opportunity to go feudal as well. You don't want to go 2TC, especially not on this map. I think as Knights Templar, you want to go for maybe a dock opening to boost your echo early on quite a bit. And then you do a transition into whatever the enemy is doing. If he is going feudal, you catch up feudal because you have the fishing and your echo is that good. You can catch up, I guess. You don't need a second TC early on. On the other side, ShiroiiShi, I think if he would have managed to protect one or two of the deer camps and go early on one of the deer camps, he would have a shit ton of food and pump out units, knights, hospitality, spears, and horsemen. And in this case, he could catch up the feudal aggression quite good because once Knights Templar are on deer, it's insane how fast they can produce feudal armies without gold.
Yeah.
So just horsemen, spears, archers, something like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, I don't think that the 2TC decision was that bad. It was just like for me, the main issue was the army composition that obviously didn't work, and would never work. By the way, it's just that is not how you counter knights and archers. Um, because like he was doing fine up to a certain point, and then it was just the army composition that completely like yeah, lost the game for him. So I think the horseman, spearman, knights hospitaller, that combination would have been so much better. With the horseman, he also would have had the option to raid.
Yeah.
Once he found out to raid either the base or roost bases are kind of hard to raid sometimes, but at least raid the deer packs. There were a lot of villagers there, and so he could have like maybe found a couple kills, but definitely found a lot of idle time. And so just throw your opponent off. But I mean, it was an uphill battle in terms of elo, and the ranked regard. So he still fought it well, and hopefully, I don't know, like still enjoyed it in a sense. I don't know.
Oh, pretty sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So that was the middle bracket, one of the games. There's one more game going on in the middle bracket, one more in the top bracket. Oh, let's do that. Okay, you're in my group. Perfect. Where
Yes.
where is he? Because oh no, is he done? Are they done? Oh, because
I mean,
I was about to cast Hossein against Dalby Dan.
why not?
Well, because Hossein is not in game right now. He's browsing customs. So
Oh.
um, yeah, he just won against. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, so the top bracket is done with the first round. So they will go on to the second round fairly soon, which means we could still catch the other in Idle Villager and Nostralexa in the middle bracket. So because that's still going
Yeah,
on.
let's go into it. I mean, I and we have Relic River, right? So 2 weeks ago, I think we also saw Idle Villager on this map, but he didn't play Abbasid. I'm not sure what he played last week, or was it someone else? I'm
No,
not sure.
it was Idle Villager, and he played if I'm not mistaken, he played the Abbasid culture wing into military fast castle play.
Oh, it's
I believe it was that game, but I'm not sure. So Nostralexa, I haven't seen him or them in Loyal Legends, so first time playing here. In red, the Byzantines on Hilmiyama again, so it's still round one in the Swiss bracket. So Byzantines against Abbasid, played by Idle Villager in yellow, and I think we're gonna see a similar opening here as I just mentioned, because
yeah.
he's heavily on wood, and he did exactly the same thing, if I remember correctly, the last time around. And so it's a weird opening at first, but it is very strong actually. I was very surprised. So feels a little bit like a deli opening with going for the mill first and then going on wood, um, the additional wood. So it feels super off right now. It's like, what is he doing with like 250 wood? He doesn't need that. He's going on the next one. It's like, yeah, very curious opener. But so the thing is, he gets the first golden age very very fast because he's connecting all these buildings here. Um, so as soon as he builds the House of Wisdom, he basically has the first golden age already, which is gonna, what's like 10% gather rate or something?
20. I think it
10,
should be
15?
20.
Yeah, like very
Oh
strong.
no,
But
15, 15, 15,
it's
and
15. It's 15. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So it basically is matching, or at least, or even excelling the cistern that the Byzantines have, with level 1 cistern. By the way, okay, so he's opening with one villager on stone, which means he's gonna have 3 to 4 cisterns before he's even hitting castle age, if he's keeping that up. So that slows down his timing, or his fuel age timing a little bit. But it secures that he will have enough stone to continually basically put out one cistern after the other. He's getting off gold, so I haven't seen that opening, to be honest, from Byzantines. I'm not sure what he's going to do with the. I mean, like usually you keep it on gold just to get your upgrades, but curious to see that.
that's right. I'm also curious, but in general, he should hit Level 3 cistern once. Oh, he's going for a 2TC build, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, then it makes sense to. So it basically is kind of like what we seen last game with the Knights Templar. You go for the 200 gold that you need, basically mining like 100 gold, and then immediately moving them to stone. m- Yeah, put your villagers on wood as well. Um, okay, but so
Yeah, but
okay.
the issue here is now, and this is the big issue. Idle Villager did this to against csthelord with House of Lancaster.
Mhm.
We casted him 2 games. The first was on Carmel, where he went echoing into 2 or 3 TC or something like this
Yeah.
against Japan. And I think it was Dry Arabia, where he did the cheese build. It's called cheese build,
Mhm.
and I know it from Beastie. Beastie introduced in this build, where he is doing a proxy Rex with Gulam all in. And if he doing this here again, and we see echoing, so it might be a multi TC play against multi TC. So doesn't matter what I wanna to say, because if he's going fast castle, Byzantine will die pretty sure with his 2 TC build. Now
Yeah.
he's going echoing, and yeah, interesting choice. I'm not sure if so. Here's the thing: Idle Villager will have discount on villager production, but Nostralexa, once he is fitting with level, or if once he's getting level 4 cistern, he has higher gathering rate, and he pretty sure will get level 5 very fast after very soon after he drops his second TC. So normally we say you can't outproduce or outboom Abbasid once he's going echoing, but in this new season with the changes to the system, I'm very excited what we will see here. How the game is running, who is performing better, and who will have the better echo.
Yeah, I mean, um, I so yeah, we see there's the fourth system. So he, as I said, like he's gonna have the level 4 system very soon. A lot sooner now than I expected originally, because he's pulling a lot of villagers to go to stone right now. The issue is I don't. How do I say this? Like, you wanna do it's kind of, it feels like he wants to do like all of it. It's like, I want to have 2 town
Yes.
centers, but I also want to have all the cisterns. I do want to have the oil with the berries, and it really, like, the thing is, if we're gonna see a multi TC play by Abbasid this time, and not like what I hinted at, the fast castle play, that is gonna be a very comfortable situation for Nostralexa. If it would have been the fast castle play, then I think he would have absolutely died. And
Yeah.
so this is something I think he rejoices seeing this, because it's like, okay, great, he's doing exactly what I'm doing, but I'll get there faster, so I don't really care. So yeah, interesting,
And
interesting.
yeah, and I think another what is going for the Seidenstraßen. So he's going for the spear guys, and second
Mm.
TC is dropped now for Nostralexa. I'm javelin throwers. Oh come on,
Javelin
I'm
throws.
dead.
Yeah,
I'm
the Silk Road
oh
contract. Yeah, so it's,
yeah,
yeah, it's the javelin
but
throwers. Okay.
I mean, I see the javelin throwers because of the camel archers.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think he
absolutely.
fears mostly the camel archers, but the other thing is, also longbows can handle with the camel archers pretty good. But what I want to mention is his second TC. We have 720 in the game.
Hmm.
He dropped the level 4 cistern on resources he never used.
Yeah.
You will you will have a gathering rate from 4% from level 3 to level 4. and now he's going into the villager boom. I think it is the wrong direction. So first of all, you want to drop the second TC and then you improve the sister level, I would say, because um, if, now he's behind in villager and villager production. Also, even though he has the cisterns, but he could have what, 2 villages more at this point, and Abbasid already dropped the third TC. So I think the way he did it, first level 4 cistern and then the second TC, was the wrong decision. Also, he gets some payback of stone once he drops the TC. So yeah. However,
Yeah, I mean, that, I absolutely agree with that. It could have had the second town center up a little bit faster. He doesn't have any improved gather rate here because he decided to. I mean, now he's going on gold, so that's a nice gather bonus here. But he could have, like, this cistern. I mean, this is already, like, the one cistern, the original one, is already buffing them anyway, so you don't need this one here right now. It will be nice later on if you're adding farms or olive groves, but this one should have been here, buffing like the stone and then like maybe like the first couple of berry patches, and then like as soon as the villagers step into the range again, it will give them the buff again. Kind of like with the Archer Chapel, you know, it works in a similar way. You know, like stepping into it and then getting that buff. So yeah, not an ideal opening, and I do understand that at some point you do go for a second town center with Byzantines. I usually never do it just because I focus so much on the military aggression, and so I don't really need it as much. But I do understand that you want to do that, especially against an Abbasid where you expect a 3D, at least 3D town center play. But it was just not ideal, and now he's, yeah, adding his military, but very immobile units here with the javelin throwers and then the Limitanis. Not super mobile. Super good against the horsemen, obviously. So in terms of army composition, that should be very effective. But yeah, he's still behind in villagers. So I don't know if, like, by now he could have had already like torched this one down if he went fully aggressive.
yeah. But I mean, yeah, sure, Byzantine has a mobile army, but Himeyama is not that big, or I'd say it's not like Gorge, where you have to switch the side all the time. So you can, because of the pond in the middle, you can kind of easy wall one side and be safe on this side. Don't have to take care about this anymore and focus your army on the other side. And once you are on the other side, because the map is split because of the pond, you are not so addicted to a mobile army. Even though a mobile army gives you all mostly an advantage part, because you can harass and can gain map control, but because Idle Villager did a 3 TC play echoing and dropping already farms right now, like a shit ton of farms,
Oh my goodness,
he
yeah.
won't get any map control at all. So the mobility factor is not the issue, I think. And now we see a ram dropped, so soon the gold will get pushed by Nostralexa, so Idle Villager will have some issues with gold, you might think, but because of the back gold, it's not an issue at all.
Yeah, I mean, he can easily relocate to the back golds. It doesn't really hurt him that much. But yeah, I mean, like, this army composition completely countering this here with the Limitani countering the horsemen, Donzos countering the archers, and the ShiroiiSi very strong here as well. So it is a little bit, yeah, it's a ram, but it's, you know, it costs extra gold, but then it also burns stuff. So very strong. The reason why I like playing Keshik, for example, is that it's the only armored unit that you can get in Feudal Age with the Byzantines, and so that's why I just prefer it. But the Javelin Throwers against Abbasid makes a ton of sense as well. And I mean, he is still winning this fight here. I mean, he did lose a lot of his front line, but as soon as
And
this
you
one...
don't. Sorry, and you
No.
don't need javelin throws against the archer once the archers are staying in the creek fire by the by burning. Meanwhile, Nostralexa is burning the mining camp.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was a brutal to watch. Where it's like, guys, like you're on fucking fire. Like maybe move a little bit. Which, yeah, I mean, this it works. You know, it exists. So he didn't. I don't know if he realized that in time. Apparently not. That could have actually flipped the script here because this is not a ton of... It's only 3 Limitani that were standing there. If the archers would have survived, sniped them out one by one, you have only 5 javelin throwers, and a couple of horsemen can take care of that very, very easily. But regardless, I mean, that was a fight that Nostralexa won, so this gold has been secured. As you mentioned, there still was 1 gold, so it doesn't matter that much right now. Wolf getting in on the action here, might get another kill here. Equalizing it a little bit for Idle Villager.
And Idle Villager might have a problem here pretty soon because his macro is very, very off. So that's it. We saw it also last time. He has a shit ton of farms, but not using all of them. I don't like Nostralexa is now hitting the TC. He should kill the... In this position, he is right now. He had the opportunity to kill the House of Wisdom.
Yeah.
And this brings him in a big advantage situation. Now he's doing something, I don't know what he's doing. It looks like he wants to pressure, but also wants to go castle. And yeah, I don't know. The army count of Idle Villager was way, way too bad to seriously defend this push until he pushed the main TC with the ram.
Yeah.
I don't know why. House of Wisdom 50% down, just dropping 1 or 2 more rams and go into the all-in aggression, and he could kill Idle Villager because Idle Villager's macro off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Idle Villager was able to produce a lot of units, so his army is looking fine right now, and that's why he's winning this fight here and pushing Nostralexa away. But yeah, as you mentioned, like, if he killed the House of Wisdom, like, you know, in later stages, like with each additional wing that gets added, it gets so much more health, and it's at some point not really worth it attacking it because it's like 70 health, and you're like, okay, I'm never getting that one down. But in this situation, it was outside of town center range. You can just burn it down with the ShiroiiiSi, no problem at all. Mass your army behind, force your opponent to come out of you. And the thing is, if you manage to get that down, he is stuck in feudal age forever until he rebuilds it completely. I believe he also, like, the golden age even gets reset because it's, you know, it's part of the House of Wisdom, so he's down to 0 again. And then it doesn't matter what he's doing with all the gold. Like, he's stuck in feudal age. Imagine that. Your opponent is stuck in feudal age, no matter what he does resource-wise. Yeah. Like, this is insane. Like, this is a missed opportunity for sure. And Idle Villager seizes on this opportunity. His food, he just had 3,200 food right now. He just got a ton of gold. Now he's going up with Culture Wing. Could potentially even look for a fast Imperial if he wants to, if he feels like, you know, confident enough to pull it off. Because this eco is still ahead. He has way more villagers, even though he lost a couple ones. He didn't lose as many as he, you know, potentially should have, in a sense. And so yeah, with the preservation of knowledge, he could even go Imperial relatively soon. Like, he basically has it right now, a little bit more gold, and then he could do it.
Yeah, true, but
which
I mean, it happens very fast as a Abbasid doing 3TC, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm kind of weak in playing boomer sieves, and it happens to me all the time. Once I go castle, do Abbasid 3TC, I go castle, and then I get the I hit castle, and then I get the announcement, oh, you can age up, and I think, what the fuck? I don't want to age up. Where's my resource? What happened here? Yeah,
I just age up. What do you mean I can age
like
up? Yeah.
yeah, like this. But the situation, I think, it's a pretty rough situation if he decides to go like this, because of the shit ton of free units Byzantine will get pretty soon. He's already level 5 this turn. Golden Tower is getting dropped pretty soon. 12 villagers are working on it. Golden Horn Tower is placed on a level 5 cistern, so the production time of military units also affects the Golden Horn Tower. Gold Horn Tower? It's Gold Horn Tower, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you don't pump now, like Abbasid is doing with 10 Gulams in queue, also 4 horsemen and 5 archers, I think you have a big issue. But interesting thing, Abbasid decided to go culture wing and not clicking the technology which
Preservation
saves
of
20
knowledge.
percentage. Yes.
Yeah, this is it hurts my eyes to see this. I mean, this is like one of the cheapest techs you can ever get. And it would make like everything that he's doing right now so much cheaper. Like 20% of 250 gold. That is not that's not to be ignored. So that's something, you know, that it can happen too. Like if you're not super well versed, either well versed with the Civ, or you just forget it in the moment. It's kind of like with the daily upgrades. You sometimes forget about them. Like you know that you should click on them, but like maybe depending on the situation, you just forget about it. So that's a tag that he definitely should get. And well, the thing, in a sense, the thing is with the Golden Horn Tower. Yes, you get a couple of nice free units, but it takes a little bit of time. Like you get them over time, and so Idle Villager spent a ton of resources on units. What he also could have done, I think, is going like he just saw that his opponent went Castle Age, so he knows that he spent a lot of resources to go Castle Age himself. And I think he actually could have pulled the Imperial Age off, because he was just sitting in his base. He doesn't need to go outside anymore, like right now. Can just go imp and then hit him from there, but regardless, he does take the fight. Doesn't have the composite bows from the military wing, because it doesn't have the military wing right now, and so archers on the back still standing strong will have a hard time against all of those javelin throwers. So basically both armies are losing their front line, and now, yeah, I don't know, licking their wounds and retreating. Meanwhile, Nostralexa is taking the relics, picking up one at the moment. Doesn't have many more monks than this one, so it's one monk, slowly but surely picking up the relics, which is very nice, providing some additional oil income. By the way, I mean, what is he? Okay, what is he doing with the oil anyway? He could go. There it is. He could go now for the camel riders, so that would be very interesting to place that against the Abbasid. Would be very strong against the horsemen, because Abbasid, Idle Villager is going, or was at least a minute ago, heavily on the horsemen.
But now there's only one horseman on the field and no more in queue. So I wonder if Idle Villager will stay with horsemen. I mean, he maybe has to, because of the backline, the javelin throws, and now we see next fight or clash between both armies, and Idle Villager is fighting pretty nice with his archers, killing the front line again. Meanwhile, the javelin throwers, they just focus the Gulams to kill the front line by Idle Villager, so it's a frontline trade, but Idle Villager's army gets shredded completely, cleaned up completely. Meanwhile, Nostralexa has quite a couple Verega Gardes still in there in his army, and also the javelins, which are the solid archer count. counter, and still Idle Villager is off macro 2.5k wood, but also Nostralexa is kind of off macro 1.5k wood, and boss have some issues to spend their resources completely. You see 1k food and 700 gold by Nostralexa, but also 160 pop, 167 pop by Idle Villager. So yeah, interesting situation. Maybe Nostralexa wants to go for Imperial behind it, or he's just pop because of this, he can't produce more, and his Gold-Conqueror units are still sitting at the tower.
Yeah, classic mistake. You just let it sit there. Don't put a rally point to any different angle. By the way, we haven't really talked about that. We haven't really noticed it, but a couple of, you know, the classic javelin throw raid as you know it from the ladder on the right side of the map, killing. I don't even want to talk think about how much that is. It's at least 15 villagers that have died here. So Idle Villager not really seeing that, or maybe actually not even caring, with 122 villagers still on the field. That's like, you know, one third more than Nostralexa has with the 3 town centers from the Abbasid. And so switching the army composition a little bit, now we see camel archers as well. Isn't going for archers anymore because they didn't really provide any benefit. Now they would, because there's Limitani on the field again. But a minute ago it was mainly like Varangian guards and javelin throws, which archers are not good at any of them. Where's the main army, by the way, from Nostralexa? Okay, there's a lot of crossbows and Varangian guards here. Oh, sorry, no, it's Limitani, not Varangian guards. The javelin throw is still going ham on the farms here. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. I mean,
it's still open. Yeah. You ask where his army is. Just a part of his army, like 15 units are on the south of the the south of the map, next to the deer. Another 15 units sitting at the Gold-Conqueror. So this is already 30 army by Nostralexa of his 60 military pop. Now he's losing more and more, so more than half of his army is sitting anywhere but not at the fights.
Yeah, he's trying to move in now. There is an opening here because the gold has been depleted, so he can find a couple more villagers on the left side of the base here. Crossbows Limitani overall very strong comp, obviously. Should take the crossbows now back to the Limitani. They're left to die here against the Ghulams. So that's not gonna be super easy for the Limitani to clear up. I mean, they're very strong, but they're not that strong, so don't put them against Ghulams.
He just changed the javelin raid into a crossbow raid.
Yeah. Pretty much, which, I mean, insane amount of crossbows. You just now need the front line to defend that, because I'm dreading to, you know, just imagine you have those 30 crossbows running around, and then all of a sudden, because he doesn't have any map, any vision, there's a lot of horsemen on top of them. Like, you lose all of them right now. That's look at this. Oh my goodness. Just don't do that.
Fights are everywhere. We have 59 killed Echo units by Nostralexa. It's quite a lot, but I mean, Abbasid is on 3 TC, so he does not care that much about losing builds at all. Accepted its resources. He does not have access to at his base or in his base, but it's not that part of an issue because there's still a wood line at the north of the base, just wall. Is it completely walled now? I'm not sure. There's a wall where the javelin sneaked. It looks like, right? The camels. Can they?
I mean, they should. I don't. Yeah, I think because of the remaining trees here, you know, like the ones that have been chopped, but they're not completely gone. Like, that's why this is actually. It's not open actually. Oh, is it? Is it? No, it's not open. Okay.
No, it's a funny wall. I've never seen a wall like this. However,
It's
there.
like it's a video game logic where it's like, oh no, it's completely blocking me. What can I do? It's like, dude, just walk around. Like, here's an opening. Here's an opening. Oh.
Absolutely. And now, what? Crazy. 3.7k gold on the bank by Idle Villager, and still the House of Wisdom tech is not clicked.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, I guess he doesn't really need it anymore. Oh no.
He has a cheaper Imperial Age.
Yeah, if he wants to go for that, I mean, 4k gold right now. The thing is, like, what he did basically is he's going on gold on all kinds of parts of the map, just getting it because he can do it right now, and he didn't realize that he actually don't need it. I mean, he doesn't need it right now. 18 villagers still on. Okay, now the gold has been depleted here, so there's a couple villagers that have to be relocated. Meanwhile, the fight's going on. Horsemen clashing with the camel archers here. Getting a little bit of a debuff here as usual with the camel on ease. And okay, I mean, there's like he lost so many crossbows earlier on. It was really painful to watch, and now he could use the crossbows against the ghulams. More horsemen and crossbows coming in. A couple of limitani as well sprinkled in here, but they're just focusing the ghulams basically, so not really doing anything. And Idle Villager winning this fight with the ghulams, even though in theory he shouldn't be able to win this fight, because a minute ago Nostralexa was on 30 crossbows and that should destroy anything. Yeah, but it's not, and that's brutal.
I mean, he's microing pretty good with his javelin throws, focusing all the camel archers. But I think his he's also microing his crossbows pretty good. I'm surprised the Ghulams perform that much good in this fight. So it's crazy. The Ghulams are not dying at all, even though they are constantly around 20 crossbows shooting at the Ghulams. That's crazy. But another raid is inside Idle Villager's base, and it looks like for a second Idle Villager is pushing into the base of Nostralexa, but reinforcement way for Nostralexa is closer than for Idle Villager, and Idle Villager had some food issues to sustain his military production. Doesn't matter, he's still pushing. He's still pushing in the base. Now Idle Villager is fighting under the keep, and I think that's not the right decision.
Yeah.
Here also his food echo seems to be idle, right?
Yeah, another keep getting dropped here. So you know what's super funny to me? If you're looking at the Golden Horn, okay, now he's pulling the units. I mean, like those units would have been so helpful in the last fight, I wager, but yeah, he didn't pull them on time. Now Idle Villager is moving back into his base, cleaning up the food eco here, the raid here. And that again was a very successful raid. It took a little while to go through the wall here, but once he managed to do that, he killed a ton of villagers. So 78 villager total kills. And that is huge. By the way, 6.5 minutes for Sacred Victory. So in theory, that could also be something like some kind of pressure point for Nostralexa to rely on. Could almost has enough stone to drop a keep here, but Idle Villager wants to decapture the top side. Meanwhile, Nostralexa finding some more villagers on gold, because yeah, Idle Villager clearly needs to have more gold than he has right now. Killing some more villagers, 92. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the 100 villager mark at some point in this game. He is moving down south, so he might actually find the villagers working on the wood line on the south side of the map. Meanwhile, Sacred Side on the north are getting decaptured, so that is one threat being prevented for now. Trader caravan.
And Nostralexa, we see the keep at the bottom Sacred Side. tried to. I think he intended to go for the sacred side victory, not just capping it and getting some gold. Just really wants to go for the sacred side victory, but he missed the chance to drop a keep in time at the north sacred side, or just defend the north sacred side with his army. Meanwhile, the south sacred side is protected by a keep. I'm confused by his farm positions at the south of the map. It's kind of crazy. Not only out of base, but also out of system influence. So interesting decision right here. And now Idle Villager is again pushing from the north. 36 Gulams inside the army. So Nostralexa should think about some sprinkled mass against this army, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm usually not a big fan of Springles, but against this kind of army composition, I think they would be really, really good. He could also go for Mangonels, trying to get on top of the crossbows, but maybe that's a little bit more difficult to pull off if you have so many Gulams against you. He does have a lot of crossbows still. He doesn't have the front line though. That's his main issue right now. Only only horsemen. And a couple of Limitani, so that's not a very, very strong front line. Definitely not strong enough to deal with all the crossbows on Abbasid side. Idle Villager also having 15 crossbows right now, so almost as many as Nostralexa has. Keep under siege by a single trebuchet, but the keep, even though it doesn't have any of the emplacements, still happily firing away. 15 units inside? It's not villagers, right? Did he pull Limitani inside there? Ooh, a nice flank here with the horsemen, getting rid of the trebuchet, and now moving onto the crossbows. Seeing lancers for the first time here on the Abbasid side as well.
But they instantly died, and I think the time right now is not. It's the wrong time to go for Lancers as Abbasid, and he used the technology in the House of Wisdom and clicked on military wings. So in about 20 seconds we will get the announcement or the alert that Idle Villager hits Imperial, and he has definitely enough gold, especially with the technology at the House of Wisdom, to click the important military upgrades, and then maybe Nostralexa has a issue, because even though he's around 30 crossbows the whole time, he's struggling very, very hard against the Gulams or with the Gulams. So interesting or correct choice here by Idle Villager. I think I mean, now there are a lot of horsemen added. I think before it was only Gulams in the fights, in the last two big fights. So maybe horsemen instead of Limitani would perform, so the archer horseman combination would be better for Nostralexa in the last two fights. Now he maybe need again Limitani because of the horsemen. Idle Villager just added in 25 already on the field, 8 in queue. So he's going for army switch, I'd say. And Nostralexa decided to, you know what? I raid you again. 104 already killed Echo units.
Well,
it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, he is wreaking havoc here on the south side with the trade line, killing a lot of the trade caravans. I mean, they're super fast units, so it was kind of difficult even for the horsemen to catch up, but slowly but surely wiggling them down. Now has a lot of horsemen and camel archers on his tail, but that gave him a little bit of a it gave him the time to move up to the Imperial Age Foreign Engineering Company coming up, so he will get the specific unique upgrades for the mercenary units, as well as some cool I mean, he could go for Nest of Bees if he wants to. Royal Cannon is a cool unit choice as well if he wants to go for that. So providing some nice unit options here as well for him. Immediately clicking some of the elite upgrades, so that's very, very nicely done.
But what's not so nicely done is he was aging up with 8 villagers out of base, not in the influence of system buff at all with the production building, and he is fighting. He was pushing out of his base, lost all his military right now, has no gold left to get some gold units on the field. Yeah, okay, he has his upgrades, but for what military? There's no military, he can use it.
Yeah, yeah, I don't think that he needed to take that last fight when he did. I mean, there were a couple of houses like being threatened. Doesn't need to respond by that. Basically lost almost everything that he had. And so yeah, as I said, cool. He is having Imperial Age like elite units now, but he doesn't have any of them anymore. So there we have the Nest of Bees, but yeah, as I mentioned, not in a cistern buff, so it takes 40 seconds. Otherwise, it would have been 20, I believe, right? So it's like 100% faster with the Conscriptio. So yeah, it's rough. I mean, at some point, I feel if you're having a good oil income, which he could have like a couple hundred more by now, you get a little bit kneecapped because you only have one building that can produce those units, and so you do want to have them out as soon as possible. Because right now he doesn't have anything to put against this. I mean, he has a couple of units, that's nice, but I don't...
And he's losing his first mob.
There's the Nest of Bee gone already, so that's not really good news. Keep firing away, but again, no upgrades here at all. No bombard, no cannon placement, no mangonel placement. Units firing away. A lot of archers here in the back, hand cannoneers even. And we do have the military wing, so the Gulams are a lot tankier now, or should be, right? Does he have to... No, he doesn't have boot camp. Oh my god. Okay. Idle Village are not having boot camp, so the Gulams are just vanilla Gulams and not having the 15% increase in health. That would have been nice, but at least the archers, they do have the composite bow tech, so they're having a little bit of a faster attack speed, 20%, so that's... I believe it's 20%. It doesn't show it anymore here, but it should be 20%.
It's a crazy game, it's a crazy game. Idle Villager army is dropped to 30 now. Nostralexa is back on 84. He added a couple of springles into his army, what's quite good against the Gulam mass Idle Villager was playing. And he's still going for Gulams, 10 in queue, now 6 on the field of those 10. But Idle Villager, I can't believe I say it, but it looks like Idle Villager has some food issues. That's Abbasid.
Really?
I mean, he dropped to 0 and it was for he dropped to 27 army, and for a moment there was no food on the bank, but now the food is all invested, so 10 archers in queue, Gulams in queue, horsemen in queue, horse archer in queue. But I don't know, what do you think, who has the better late game, Byzantine or just Abbasid? Once Abbasid is losing gold access, and it looks like he is, because trade is getting stopped completely, then it's obvious.
Yeah, that's the one thing, the one caveat where I'm like, usually I would say Abbasid all the way, even though I'm a Byzantine main. But since Nostralexa was able to just now completely shut down the trade, I mean, there's two markets, one is on this side, one is on the other side on the north, which there's constant fighting. Idle Villager will not be able to set up trade there effectively at all, which means that Byzantines at some point will also run out of gold. Both players having 2 relics, so that's a little bit of a gold income, although for Byzantines it is oil. But that's the thing, you do have the oil income. And that, in a sense, translates into gold. Like, it's not like the same necessarily, but it is the unit cost. And so you can have gold units without having gold, that's my point. And so that will make sure that at some point Byzantines will still be able to go for like better units in a sense, you know, having, I mean, okay, Grenadiers, I guess you don't go for them. But could go for Gamma Riders if he wants to. Good against all the all the horsemen. And Abbasid might be in trouble at some point going for siege because, yeah, no gold, no siege.
Yeah, and Nostralexa has the option to produce siege with oil, like you mentioned, the oil thing for Byzantine. I mean, all the important siege he can produce by oil, and he's going for siege Springles. Now 9 on the field against 30 Gulams, so Ayyubids will have a issue in a straight up fight, but now he's doing a smart thing. He's moving around from the north of the map, pushing into the main base of Nostralexa, because Nostralexa did not wall at all. I mean, there's a small wall in the south, but we can't call it defending wall. It's just it's yeah, okay, it's a wall, yeah, but it does not do anything. And yeah, AKORS, I don't know. There's a big issue, and the horseman camel archer play provides more mobility than Nostralexa has with 34 Limitanai. He's not the fastest. His military is not the fastest one, and yeah, interesting situation. You know, villager get killed by the second TC or the TC expansion, but they are not that much richer, and in this scenario it pays off that Nostralexa decided to drop around 24 farms south of the map, where outside of his main base, so
with one level
are not idle.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this raid train here basically didn't really do anything. I mean, it did create a lot of idle time, and the villager was able to kill 12 additional villagers, 13 now. So that is something. It's you know, not terrible. But he's constantly on the run, because as soon as he stops, the units will be able to catch up. Limitani also, by the way, quite a lot faster than regular spearmen. And so it is actually, like, look at them, when they're charging 1.8 move speed. That is insanely fast. So
once they charge, yeah.
Yeah, and so and even without, it's 1.44, so that's a very, very fast moving unit, regardless. And so Ayyubids, he did lose a lot now, in terms of military, and didn't really kill as many as he might have hoped for. I believe he was able to clean up the Springles, all of the Springles that were here like a minute ago. So overall, just creating a lot of chaos and issues here for Nostralexa, but he's keeping on top, like, still very well, and should be able. I mean, his army is looking better, his income is looking better. He has more resources, just like, look at all those resources. Like, that is a ton of resources that he can spend, even if he only goes for Limitani at this point. Just torch down, like, the base, doesn't really matter that much. So yeah, I like Byzantine's position more, even though Abbasid in theory should be the stronger late game civilization. But with the oil income, you can mitigate a lot of, you know, a lot of issues that you might otherwise have. Like, usually the games I play with Byzantines, I have less food than the opponent has, maybe the same amount of gold, and I'm still having, like, I'm still winning the game. I still have way more units on the field, just because of, I have, like, you know, 6,000 more oil than they have, obviously.
Yeah,
and so that translates into a lot of strong units. Yeah, I mean in this case I don't like the Silk Road as much because I don't like the unit choices as much as the with the Byzantine with the Keshik Gulam Elephant. Like that's a very strong contract, I would say, and so I prefer that in most games. Um, and we see this,
Yeah, but the
this ram again. Like, what is this ram doing here, by the way? Like, I've seen this like 2 times now this game, where it's just like, this one ram is like, oh, don't mind me, I'm just walking past. It's like, what are you doing here?
Sometimes, so on high elo level, especially when you're pushing into base and the push gets defended or something like this, and the rams arise, they used ram to tank damage because. When you do an A move, mostly you do A moves, and the ram is the closest unit. The units attack the ram, and I mean, your military don't care. Interesting cleanup here by Idle Villager with his army, and Nostralexa is now rebuilding his army again. I'm not sure what's about the army. I mean, he still has no boot camp. Does Idle Villager has a Wait, university? He did not build. Did he build a university? Yeah. Did he use the? Where's the university?
So the Madrasa is on the left side. He doesn't. He only got the cavalry upgrade and nothing else.
Oh my god!
But he doesn't have the gold.
Now,
like.
Yeah, now he doesn't have the gold because he threw in what about 100 gulams or something like this.
Yeah,
so
pretty much.
Imagine at least his second fight not only had boot camp but also had elite army tactics.
Yeah. Oh, now Nostralexa is in trouble here. He's losing the keep, and then he will lose the foreign engineering company. That is huge. So. One of the many reasons why you don't want to have your... I mean, it's called foreign engineering. It doesn't mean it has to be foreign outside of your base. You know, it's like you can stay in your base. It is fine. You know, it's like it feels comfortable around your other buildings. And so this is a big win for Idle Villager for sure. Nostralexa is coming in from the south side. Let's move into cinematic mode here. A lot of Springles in the back. Hopefully they will find a lot, but the crossbows are on top of the horsemen are on top of the crossbows now. Pretty massive fight. The monk in the middle just chilling his life. Very, very nice. A nice choke point here, but that could spell trouble for Nostralexa very soon. Getting cleaned up completely here. Oh, what a game.
Oh, I just realized now because I see he's clicking the elite veteran elite contract for his Söldner.
Mercenary house?
Help me. Yeah, for his mercenary. They were castle units until now.
Wait, oh my, oh.
The whole time. That's unfortunately for Nostralexa. Very unfortunately. Oh, it hurts.
I mean, that's a massive oversight, but you're absolutely right. They're castle age units for the last, and this explains so well why he is losing. Like, I was wondering the last at least 2 fights that he lost hardcore. I was like, why is he losing this fight? He shouldn't. I mean, maybe he's losing the fight, but like not like there was a cleanup like 2 times now. And I'm like, how is that possible? Like, he does have the army value, he does have the numbers, he does have the units. He should be even almost. And he's losing completely. I mean, yeah, Imperial and Castle Age, that's an insane difference. And, I mean, so I guess Idle Villager saw that and he was like, you know what, I'm being nice here, I don't need boot camps. If you're not playing elite units, I will, you know, skip the boot camps. We're playing it even. I don't know. Maybe that was. I don't know. Like, and I understand that you can miss a lot of things in the heat of the moment, and that's why it's important to, you know, like at some point, if you can, like, just find like 10 seconds to step back a little bit, look at your eco upgrades, look at your military upgrades, look at the blacksmith upgrades, and just, you know, re-evaluate where am I standing right now? Do I have all the upgrades that I need? Because I mean, we're basically all, like, if you're looking at the upgrades, with the one exception here, with a ranged armor for Nostralexa, we're basically completely in castle age. Like, where are your upgrades?
I mean, to be fair, he has 600 gold in the bank, so gold might be an issue to get some more upgrades, especially eco upgrades or something like this. But I totally agree, and there are some. I mean, it happens so fast that you miss some updates, even though the top typically top players.
Yeah.
I don't know if you followed the tournament. Sure you did. Like Beastie on the LAN tournament against Louis MT with Mali, fighting with 60 spears, Mali spears in feudal as Dark Age spears.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah,
can happen
it can
sometimes.
happen. It can happen, yeah.
So, but there are some. I would say, as Byzantine, you have only one. Once you age up, there's one tech you definitely want to click. It's for your merchant.
Yeah.
To upgrade them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So-
That's pretty much the first one I get. Even if I only have even if I'm I play Kashik, I have like 4 Kashik on the field. It doesn't matter. I click that upgrade. Like it is super important to get it as soon as possible, or like as soon as it makes sense. Like a reasonably fast age attack that you need to get after the age up. We see a couple of mangonels now on the field, so that is very effective against the archers. And by the way, so we see Nostralexa, he hit, like, you know, he finally hit the Imperial Age with the upgrades. And now he's on the, he's on the offense again. Like, now he's able to equalize the fight and mass up some army and will be soon able to push out again. Just like that. I mean, you see how much the upgrades really made a difference here. And to the earlier point, yeah, now he doesn't have a lot of gold, but he had a lot of gold early on.
Yeah.
And so he could have gotten the upgrades already. I mean, he's only on level 1, the mining tech, which doesn't matter anymore because he's not on. That doesn't have any villagers in gold anymore, but that's also a very nice tech to have at some point. Good mangonel shot here, but missing the front line here actually.
Yeah, but still covered the mangonels. Still managed to keep the mangonels alive, and now military lead is turning over to Nostralexa. Meanwhile, for a long time, the military lead was on side of Ayyubids, but there's another kind of interesting thing, and the interesting thing is the choice by Nostralexa to which market he is trading. So he's trading, even though he has a keep on the bottom side to the top side market, and is limiting his income quite a lot because the way he's trading is way shorter than he could do or could use if he would trade to the south market. And now Ayyubids also is trading again, so is getting some gold because he's trading to the north market, but there's no static defense, and the horseman raid is running to the north, so a couple of traders will be horseman trade. I said the horseman raid. I meant
Horseman trade, horseman. It's all the same.
it's all the same.
It's just
Yeah,
words.
okay.
Who gives a fuck?
However, is running to the north, but reinforcement or defense army is moving to the north, but still 30 military left by Ayyubids, and again only 1k food in the bank, 10 gulams in queue. So Ayyubids as Abbasid has some food issues. I mean, he only have 54 villages on food, and we all know since the nerf of food income, especially for farms, like I think in season 8, you need around 70 villages on food to sustain a late game like you did before. So food might be an issue in this situation for Abbasid.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean also if you're having so many villagers, like where do you put them? So you either way, like even if you wouldn't need it, you want to have 70 farms at some point. And yeah, Nostralexa with the upgrades, with the like the late Imperial Age, able to take this game, insane, close to 60-minute back and forth, nail biter almost. But at times I don't know. At times it felt a little bit stale. I have to be honest, but overall a very good fight from both players. The trade line you mentioned, that's one of the saddest trade I've ever seen. Especially with Byzantines because they also get oil depending on how much gold you get. So it's not only the gold income, it's also the oil income, and you're completely kneecapping yourself with that. But oh my, look at this! It's like a health monitor here, in the hospital going back and forth. But yeah, close castle age timing, relatively close imp timing as well. Um,
Yeah.
and both players, like some good fights, some bad fights, back and forth. But um, overall, Idle Village are not able to. I mean, he lost so many villagers, like that was insane. And so that's why he wasn't able to sustain his eco. But otherwise, very very close game actually. Like it could have gone either way. And yeah, he even had like a lot more food as well. So
Yeah. I mean, sure, Idle Villager lost villagers. Idle Villager lost villagers. It's a funny
he lost some idle
thing. However,
villagers. Yeah.
yeah. However, I like the name. However, as Abbasid 3TC, you don't care that much about losing villagers like if you are 1TC or 2TC Byzantine because you produce them cheaper and stuff like this. So I would say Idle Villager missed his opportunity in two situations. The first one was once he did not use his techs in House of Wisdom in Castle to get the discount for all the tech upgrades. So he
Oh yeah.
spent more gold than he had to.
Yeah.
He clicked on this upgrade or he used this tech to get discounted Imperial Age. I mean, better than nothing. And the second one was he did not use his strengths according to his infantry units without boot camp and elite army tactics. I mean, in the last fight before Nostralexa finally managed to clear his base and pushed all the way to the opposite and before Idle Villager called. In this fight, finally boot camp was included, but all the fights before, no boot camp. And I mean, this is where you go military ring.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's either military wing is either to defend against some early feudal aggression, maybe a tower rush or something like that, or to get the nice the boot camp military tactics and all that stuff. Um, Composite bows and castle age, so just to give you a nice edge in fighting in your military power. So yeah, a couple of missed opportunities for sure. On both sides. I mean, at the same time, the olive groves on the south side with level 0 cistern. Yeah, not ideal, not ideal, I have to say. But yeah, regardless, a very long game. So by the way, we completely missed round 2 for the top bracket. There in round 3 already, and middle bracket is in round 2. So now we can decide basically, do we jump to the top bracket again and show them some love? But we don't.
I would.
We do miss the Relic River then. So if you want to have Relic River, we should watch a middle bracket game. And there are some that barely just started, I believe, or about to start. But if we don't really mind, not maybe not watching Relic River one more time today, then we can watch the top bracket going on.
I would. I would suggest let's jump into a top bracket game to cover the top bracket as well because we know that two games middle bracket right on
Yeah.
Himiyama. So what's the next map? Cascade, right?
Yeah, Cascade will be the next one. That's right.
I think I never saw Cascade. I definitely never played on this map, so I'm excited to see what people are cooking here, especially in the top bracket, and what's the map about, what civilizations we see fighting each other. It's a custom map, you said, right? So it's
Yeah.
not a and this is always, I said, and this is also sometimes an interesting point because those kinds of map which are not played in the ladder, um, sometimes or people mostly, I'd say, don't know the map
Mm.
at all. So they did not play on it, so they maybe
Yeah.
don't know how to handle the map. They don't know if they have to adopt their build orders or strategies, something like this, timing, stuff like this. So anyway, I'm excited to see the map and
Yeah. Do you have it
what
downloaded,
people
by
are.
the way?
Oh, that's a good call. I
Because
think I
otherwise
don't.
you'll get kicked. I don't know why it's still not part of Age of Empires, but yeah, you do have to download the mod before we start it in. We do have a game that I believe they just started a couple minutes ago. Hossein against Kareem, or how
Mhm.
he is called in game, I believe is StrimSnipeMe. So that should be a very close game. Both players Conqueror won. Yeah,
I'm ready
just
to go.
you got it? Perfect. Okay, well then, let's just hop back into it. So, Hossein, fellow admin of ours, a nice guy, good
Oh.
guy. Okay, let's switch the scene here. Okay, there we go.
And
Ah.
he's playing HRE. Oh, a little HRE abuser. No, just kidding.
Well, I mean, they did get some recent buffs lately with the
True.
monastic shrines, I believe it's called, for the castle age, and so that could be that could switch up things. So maybe the Minework Palace might be a little bit more in favor now, since the Aachen Chapel is not the only building that HRE has at its disposal to boost the eco. Starting on wood as well, so might I mean okay, let's take a look at the map real quick first. So we do have this little like Y-shaped river. There's a little bit of fishing, no deep sea fish obviously, and also not a ton of shoreline. So for example, like here's like there's nothing. So in a sense, it's a little bit like canal, where you do have a little bit of fishing, but it's not a ton. And so like it gets a little bit more in the middle. And so there's the dock being dropped. StrimSnipeMe or Kareem already knowing about that. He's playing Japanese, so okay, he was looking for a dock and then actually cancelled it in favor for a barrack. So we're gonna see some nice Dark Age aggression. We're like 1 minute in and I already love this game so much. Um, so
Absolutely. And
great.
it, wow, just the barracks and dock afterwards. Also the Tova upgrade. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, our Japanese friend is just cooking something. He's going wild. I don't know why he dropped the Rex without producing anything right now. First, I mean, I see the reason why he's going for a Rex at first, to deny the fishing or to
Hmm.
contest the fishing, but I mean, then you should go for spears at first
Yeah.
and not like dock afterwards and now producing a spear, but do not produce a fishing ship. And this is a bit mixed up. However, both civilizations are strong in both situations, I would say.
Mm.
Japanese, very, very good hybrid civilization because of the cheaper fishing boat production. HRE, good also because of his Echo Boost by the Prelate
Yeah.
early on. So could be, especially on hybrid map, because normally on land maps you would expect that HRE is favored against Japanese, I would say. But especially on hybrid maps, I think we we can see, we can expect a very exciting game here. Very
Yeah,
exciting game.
yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very, very exciting matchup here, especially given that there is some water. It's not a water map, you know, like there will not be a ton of fighting on water with boats and all that, but definitely a lot of aggression here. The reason why StrimSnipeMe wasn't going for Spearman early on was that he was lacking the food basically, and so I think. The build order here not super clean. The barracks wasn't his first choice, and so he wasn't really accounting for that. Needed to get up on speed with the food income before he could actually really punish that. So a little bit of a delayed aggression point, but already 4 spearmen out here. Hossein did kind of the same thing, starting with the barracks, but yeah, the regular barracks costing 150 wood, so that delays his food income. Meanwhile, the Japanese with a 75 wood barracks, for whatever reason, I still don't understand it. I'm not super opposed that the barracks are cheaper, but I don't understand why. Um, Making it a little bit difficult here for Hossein. What he hasn't, yeah, there it is. Okay, there's a prelate, so he can basically just heal up the spearman. So as long as he keeps a good micro and stays on top of the fight, he will easily be able to defend this, unless Japanese goes for either the samurai, which they could do, Dark Age samurai, they are a thing, um, or if yeah, or if it's just overwhelming him so much with numbers. So for now we have 1 samurai, a couple of spearmen, but Hossein should be able to hold this, and so for now, didn't really, yeah, didn't really phase him too much, I guess. And now he could actually like put the aggression onto the samurai here himself, onto Japanese, onto the Japanese dog.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I like the thing he's going for samurais. That early on there are 2 on the field right now because they are also cost gold. Hossein already has his gold in the bank. He could age up pretty soon, but he decided to push and build more spears. To commit quite a bit more, and it looks like he's losing his dog. So a smart move would be maybe to place the dog on the opposite side of the map, or just on the northwest side of the map. Now the push comes again in. Villager is pulled to repair the dog. We have 8 spears on the field against 7 and 2 samurai. So it's a pretty aggressive early game, and Kua's storehouse is coming in built up with 8 villages by StrimSnipeMe, and Hossein just far away from an age up at all because he's lagging of food, has a lot of gold in the bank, so kind of miss macro according to the game planned by StrimSnipeMe here.
Yes, StrimSnipeMe will be definitely be able to hit fuel age way sooner than Hossein. Could then go immediately into some warship, like some military ships, archer ships, or the Springald ship, and that should secure the water for him. And so Hossein right now on a timer doesn't know about that. I do understand that he needed to mass up the spearmen. I don't think that he needed as many, or if so, he should have just taken them to the dock and try to torch down the dock. Fuel age coming in immediately, moving into the hardened upgrade for the spearmen here. And as soon as this upgrade hits, it's a big difference between the Dark Age spearmen and the Fuel Age spearmen, and so then the numbers don't matter as much anymore. There's the upgrade. Yeah, so we see a little bit more health, a little bit more damage. And Hossein, as long as there's no prelate to heal him up, he cannot take that. Minework Palace coming up, so as we said earlier, could look more into the minework now instead of the Aachen Chapel. Moving onto the deer as well, getting scouted out already, but losing the dog. So basically, as long as he doesn't, I mean, there's a sneaky dog here on the north side, so he could still regain control of water, hitting fuel age now as well, but it's not on gold actually, so can't really get the hardened upgrade anymore. Ooh, villagers in trouble here.
Which is hard in trouble here. Credit kind of out of position. 22 gold in the bank, so still not enough to upgrade the spears, but still 12 on the field. Also a ship by Hossein in production, but in the front dock, the dock gets destroyed,
Yeah.
so ship resources are back in the bank, and yeah. StrimSnipeMe needs to scout. He needs to scout now if Hossein built a second dock or a dock at another position, because he might think now he's in a good spot, but so he's controlling water, so he has the echo lead or echo advantage, but it's not that easy. Now he's going with the Junker, though the archer ship to the top, and obviously will find the second harbor, but the Hulk is still on the field, so the dock is might be defended here in this situation. Spears are now hardened, and also the minework upgrade for the spears is already checked, so he has +2 attack, and this +2 attack might be a good one. Now he's losing a will and the Hulk, so this is big damage Hossein gets here. Archer ship is on the field. Archer ship gets burned, but ooh, the archer ship! Oh,
that's
so
close.
much damage!
Yeah, the archer ship is so much money here right now. Basically acting as like 5 archers in a sense. So spearmen being reduced, the Onabugeisha rather, very strong in this situation, but with the owl pikes, with the extra damage, being able to clean this up here, StrimSnipe also losing most of his army here. Still has the dock here and is happily farming away here. Added some Yumi Ashigado as well, so some reduced, discounted archers on the Japanese side. Hossein moving into horsemen, very smart move here to deal with that archer threat. Also, the horsemen, benefiting from the all pikes as well, giving damage to spearmen and horsemen. So classic, mine work, horsemen, spearmen comp. No men at arms so far, no archers whatsoever, and yeah, it all makes sense so far.
I'm not sure. I kind of disagree in this scenario, because, and here's the reason why. So, a villager in trouble, second villager lost. So, for sure, he has the +2 attack by the minework. And I'm quite not sure how the +2 horsemen are performing against Onabugeisha. I never was in a situation to figure out something like this. But the full army of StrimSnipeMe is weak against Archer.
Yeah.
The full army. On the other hand, excepted the horsemen, the full army of Hossein is weak to Archer and Onabugeishas. The spears handle with the horsemen. So, meanwhile, StrimSnipeMe has an army combination of 3 units, which fits all the full army combination of Hossein. Hossein does not have a good army combination to fit the army combination of StrimSnipeMe, because Bugattis on Abugeishas. Also, as I said, I don't have any experience with the +2 by minework for the horsemen, but overall, on Abugeishas perform pretty good, pretty solid against horsemen. So that's the why I'm a bit worrying about Hossein's game situation right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. As I was saying that, I was like, well, I mean, archers would feel nice still. Ooh, look at that damage. Oh my goodness, look at that damage, ship damage. Oh wow. Yeah, well, yeah, I was also a little bit surprised here that the demo does bonus, does friendly fire damage here. That's something that doesn't really happen that often in Age of Empires with friendly fire. Um, but with the, I mean, it does make sense with the demo ship. So a good recover here on the water for Hossein with the second dock. Could have the numbers soon to actually push out a little bit. And so in a sense, the land army that he had is more or less just to defend. But he also, like, I mean, as we were talking, he clearly watching the stream, adding 4 archer ranges. So realizing that, hey, you know what, like archers would actually perform really well against all of this. And so, like, I mean, especially with the honor Geisha. And so you want to get rid of them, and the only thing that he doesn't really have a good answer to right now would be samurai, which, yeah, there's no samurai here anyway. There's one bannerman, but that's also a light ranged unit, and so it doesn't really matter that much.
But even though he's reacting to the comp, he is behind in Echo so badly. I mean, the water push is coming in with all the ships, that's good. But StrimSnipeMe is still aging up to Castle Hasberries, has gear on the map to fall back if he's losing water at all. Now he should be careful not losing his archer against an archer ship, but the archer ship should be dead already, so only Hulk's left. And he should retreat a bit, keep his military safe to have some units he can take up into castle units, so have some military still on the field. And yeah, he is not retreating at all. Is not clicking on any mill upgrade, so he's prefer to stay in feudal with the army, just clicking on the echo upgrade and what is it? I think range +2, or no, is it +1? Wait, was it plus?
Range armor +1. Wait, there.
Yeah. No, this
melee
is
armor.
melee armor +1.
Yeah, no, it's a sword. That's
So-
a melee armor, yeah.
All right, he clicked on 2 mounted samurais, okay, but this does not use any of his army to bring them into castle, and 18 Yumis with the bannerman, and they might be a dangerous thing once they hit castle. But now the castle tech is coming in, 3 mounted samurais are on the field, and he's moving to the base. Only archers on field 33 by Hossein, and I'm not sure if this is enough to hold what's coming in there, because of the fight is a bit too early. The Yumis are not at castle.
It's not
Maybe
late,
too early.
it's 24 seconds still. So right now it's not, I mean, where's the front line for Hossein? If there would be a couple spearmen, that would be a different story, but now with the mounted samurai, they're super difficult to deal with, even with spearmen, even with crossbows. With the deflective armor of theirs, very difficult to deal with them, to engage with them. Finding a villager kill here as well, I believe. Oh no, that was an archer.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a villager kill, a little bit of idle time, and Hossein is so far off from Castle Age. In a sense, I'm a little bit surprised. Like, what was he doing? Because he should be, like, he should be close to aging up, if not have, like, if he hadn't even done that already. But he's so far off. I do wonder what happened here, and if he just focused too much on the wrong things. But like, I mean, like, is this his army? Like, where's the rest of his army? Like, it's on water, I guess, but that doesn't really do too much against the mounted samurai.
I mean, the Hulks, they hitting the mounted samurai pretty badly. I mean, around 25 damage per shot or something like this. So first mounted samurai is dead, second will die pretty soon, I guess. And
Losing some more villagers here
but
on the gold. That is
yeah,
so painful.
yeah, this is the more dangerous thing here right now, because he still has some archer there, but is not using the archers. I'm not sure what he's microing, but he does not pay any attention on the gold. And once he realizes what's happening at the gold, I would expect he's tapping out and
Yeah,
calls the GG.
I was gonna say, like, if I would be in this situation and I'm seeing, like, okay, I just lost my gold access, I lost all the villagers, it's 23 villager kills. I mean, some of them might be fishing boats, but, like, more or less, like, all of them are villagers. He's way behind in villagers, in eco, in age up. His military is behind, he doesn't have the units to counter whatever, like, and he doesn't have any kind of map control. He doesn't see most of the base here. I mean, like, just imagine there would be like 15 samurai here. Like, he doesn't have anything. He can't deal with that. Like with, yeah, Springboard ships are kind of the exception to that. But then again, if you have like a lot of, like on a Vegeta, for example, you just torch down the dock and then it's game over for Hossein. And so very, very difficult situation to be in.
Oh, wait a minute, Hulk is demo ship is coming in, demo ship is coming
Whoa, okay.
Not so much damage than I expected. I expected way more kills on the archers, but nice bait here into the demo ship by Hossein, but the repair is not enough, I think, to keep the Hulks alive.
Yeah, I mean, the fishing boat, they're just not getting, like, close enough here because it's not a lot of space here to work with. Mounted Samurai is being trapped, very nicely done. So, yeah, getting the final kill here. And Burgrave Palace is coming up. A smart choice because all the relics are gone by this point anyway, and Hossein knows that, and so going for the Ragnar's Cathedral wouldn't give him any benefit at all right now, unless he could, you know, somehow get in touch with the relics again. By the way, StrimSnipeMe, one of the reasons why he's so much ahead, also went for a second town center, which, by the way, a nice position here. The deer pack was around here. There's a double berry pack, 2 golds close by. So very good position to be in. I bet he feels very comfortable. Has a ton of Yumi Ashigaru, now is moving into Dismounted Samurai. Should be able to deal effectively with almost anything that Hossein can do. Hossein now reaching Castle Age as well. So, yeah, looking for steel barding. Very good tech, by the way. Just a couple days ago in Discord, on our Discord server, one person asked if it's actually worth it going for that, and I was like, yeah, definitely go for that if you're going for cavalry. So could change it a little bit, hopefully. But I don't know. Like, at the same time, there's not really a synergy between the owl pikes and the steel barding, right?
Did you realize another demo ship hit here on the archers? I mean, look at the gold south to the water. How many archer bodies laying there?
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, it was, so StrimSnipeMe was at like 45 archers and now he's down to 30, so that was a very nice demo ship. I missed it because there was already action on the base here, basically. Knights against the Mounted Samurai. Difficult here, and Hossein currently streaming villagers into the enemy's forces, and it was an uphill battle a couple minutes ago, but I don't think that it got any better for Hossein, even though he did hit Castle Age. And yeah, he needs to tap out at this point.
So I think, I mean, sure, the Minework Knights upgrade is nice once you get Knights on the field, especially a good amount of Knights, so the numbers are important. But in the position where Hossein found himself, because he lost all those gold villages, once he was, I guess, microing on the water and did
Yeah.
not get any alarm or notice or something like this. It happened sometimes
Yeah. Yeah.
before. However, knights are too expensive to go for it. I mean, he was dead in this situation anyway, but I think you can't go for knights at all in this situation, especially because they are too expensive. And even though you get some knights on the field, mountain samurais, because of the deflection, the
Mhm.
charge will always get covered without any damage on the unit itself. So
Yeah.
mounted samurais are mostly better or will fight in even will win fights in even numbers.
Yeah.
So rough situation, rough situation.
Yeah, and that's what why I said that Mounted Samurai are so difficult to deal with. So you, in a sense, you kind of have to bait out the deflective armor with, for example, archers, and then you charge in with the knights or with the spearmen or with the crossbows or whatever. But usually that's kind of difficult to do if you actually like even get to that. And so more or less like the first initial damage will be deflected completely, which if you're going for crossbows, for example, like that's a lot of damage that doesn't happen. And so yeah, definitely difficult to deal with that. And yeah, I also agree. Like in this situation, maybe an infantry comp where he already had the production buildings for it, he had the food for that, and then just needed to the elite the veteran upgrade for Castle Age might have been a better play. Also, again, like the Alpikes, they're giving spearmen and horsemen bonus damage. They're not giving the knights the bonus damage, and so yeah, not a good synergy there, I would say, with like in terms of units. But yeah, I mean, it is a difficult map, like not as familiar to the players. There's water involved, and so like there's a couple things that can go south very fast. And so
Absolutely.
so yeah, Karim, StrimSnipeMe, taking the win here, moving on to round 4 as well. And so we see in the bracket here that they are starting round 4 relatively soon. Is that still? Do I need to update that? No, it should be fine. So yeah, round 4 basically just started for the top bracket. Middle bracket is they just started round 3, so they're one round behind right now. Idle Villager taking a break for the moment because it's an uneven bracket. Let me see, I can actually go into that here so we can switch over to the middle bracket. So we could see what the middle bracket is doing with the same map with Cascade. I think that will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, sure, why not? Especially if we see also if we need blah, blah, blah,
La
blah.
la la la.
I, I grabbed something to drink right after I dropping my statement.
uh,
I'm I'm wondering if we see some dock opening in the middle bracket as well on this map, if they really know the map or not.
mm,
However, hang on, give me a second. I grab something to drink. My brain is a bit tired.
yeah, I totally agree. Taking Stay hydrated, folks. It's getting warm. I don't know how it is for you guys, but where I live in Germany, in Frankfurt, it's been 30 degrees Celsius, so that will be 70 or something Fahrenheit, I believe. Like very, very hot actually. And so been a rough couple of days. I'm sweating, super hot, super sticky palms. Not feeling great. And, like I'm glad I'm casting and not playing because yeah. It's so warm in here. I don't know why. But okay. So while we're waiting, I think we can actually, as soon as they start, we can watch csthelord and FunkyFranky. I think that would be a fun matchup.
Oh yeah,
Um,
let's go into it.
well, I mean, like they need to start first, but
Oh,
they should
then
start it
one
fairly
second.
soon. I believe that csthelord was in the lobby just a moment ago. It shows him as online right now, so I'll just wait for them. Is there what's their Civ draft? We can take a look at that. Okay. Oh, Okay, yeah, okay, okay. Actually, that's very interesting. Okay, I do want to watch that. I won't spoil what it is, but I think that will be a very fun matchup. Like especially on that map, I think that would be fun. So hopefully they will have the match available soon. Okay, they're in group now, so they should start just in a couple seconds.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I have some hot news for you guys while we're waiting. Sorry.
Drop it.
Are you following the EGC Classic 3?
Not really, actually. I have to admit.
Really not? Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
You know what's
I had a lot of stuff to do like lately, and so that was not on my bucket list, unfortunately. So
okay, but the hot news which are coming in. Louis MT beats Marine Lord 322.
wow, with the 200 ping that he has, huh? Oh,
Oh Lord, oh Lord.
no. Well, you know, so it was really nice seeing him in person in the garrison. Like during the garrison, and he played so well. Like that was like obviously he's a good player, you know, like that was not the question, but he played it so good. And he definitely deserved that win during the
Yeah.
garrison, and so I'm happy to see him doing well on other tournaments as well, where he might be a little bit handicapped with the ping, maybe. Like I don't know on what server they're playing. Um, but I mean I know it's a meme, you know, so like oh he's playing with 200 ping. So definitely happy to see that, or to hear that rather. Like I wasn't seeing it, right? So, um, but yeah, so csthelord seems to be in chat here. He did already spoil what the matchup is going to be like. Can you give us an update on how that is going? Because I see that you're in the lobby. I don't see that the game has started yet.
Oh, you're talking to Sietz a lot in the
Yeah.
chat, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I'm just reading the EGC Classics
All
things.
right.
However, Beastie is leading 5-0. He won all games until now. Also against Vortex 3-2. And Lucifron. He beats Lucifron 3-0. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
Man.
so with Beastie, again, like I also met him during the garrison. He's a very nice guy. Um, and also obviously an insanely talented player, very very good. And I noticed it's a meme that he's like you know losing a lot or whatever because Aussie Drongo is casting like all the games where he's losing, and so I know it's a meme that people are like, oh he's not actually that good. And before he won the Winters Masters, I believe people were also like shitting on him online and being like, oh he has no chance and whatever and blah blah blah, and then he just you know beat the crap basically out of every other player. And so, yeah, never underestimate BC. He's a really, really, really good player. So,
Absolutely. Never underestimate Beastie. That's right.
uh, so yeah, shout out to BC. He'll probably never see this, but yeah.
Probably not. But and also so I'm just filling some time. If the game is ready, just let me know and I stop talking
Mhm.
about EGC. But um, also interesting thing, B versus Vortex is just running, and Vortex is leading 1-0 against B. Meanwhile, B is has some 5-0 stats in the group stage, like Beastie, and Beastie beats Vortex. So is this upcoming, or is this kind of spoiler? I mean, it's the first game. We have to wait until the series is done. But is it kind of spoiler that Beastie also will beat B because B has some struggle against Vortex, and Vortex gets beaten by Beastie? A lot of talking.
Could
We
be.
will
It
see.
could
We will
be.
see.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to speculate about stuff like that. But if the game is finally ready, and so we can hop
Ooh.
in. And so we're seeing Cascade again. French against Jeanne d'Arc. So csthelord, a fellow German, playing the French in blue against FunkyFranky, which a very very funny name, in cyan playing Jeanne d'Arc. Let me double check their elo. So they're both platinum, I believe. I would have to double check right now. So yeah, FunkyFranky platinum 1. csthelord should be just a little bit below that. Also platinum. Well, I mean, he was platinum last season. He hasn't been ranked in this season yet. But basically both players fairly even. Um, and we're in game. So FunkyFranky on the right side of the map, we've just seen it, so I don't need to explain the map too much. Although, okay, what we could explain, which is interesting on this map, and both players playing French civs, they know about the market. So very much in the corner here, on either side. So trade could be an option. You know, I mean, if you if you chop through here and you place a market here, you can get a very good trade line. Also with the cliffs, you can wall it off fairly easily. And then you have a very secure, like, northern part of the base. In a sense, it's a little bit like Frisian marshes. You're kind of close to your opponent, but the rest of the map is fairly open. For you to set up trade or build additional farms, set up a second TC if you want to do that or whatever. And then like the main fighting happens here on the water, just going across your opponent. Let's pause for just a second to give the game time to catch up. Was a little bit glitchy here. So yeah, what is your expectation? Do you expect some trade going on, or second town center shenanigans? You did mention the docks, which we don't see any indication for that as of yet. Like, neither player on wood right now.
I mean, it's kind of mirror, right? So wars are typical night civilizations, and the thing is, if you do a, I would say, if you open a dock in this scenario, in this mirror game, you will have some hard time early on to protect or defend yourself against the first knight which is on the field, and the distances of both players are not the biggest. So I mean, blue could be in the south and Sion in the north. It's quite different situation because you will gain some time aging up yourself, having a knight for defending your base once the knight arrives. And wait, do we really? What is csthelord doing? Because I would expect not going for cock or trade at all. Ooh. Because it's about on. Oh well, he's okay.
Wow.
My prediction is because of the landmark decision, csthelord is dead, and here's the reason why. FunkyFranky is going for cavalry school. He's going for a knight, and the knight catches the first trader, or the trader at all, and garrison villagers, so no food income at all. There's no production on the field to protect or defend anything by csthelord. So meanwhile, FunkyFranky is catching up, or is producing the knight, is leading the military count 2 or 3 or something like this. Yeah. csthelord will always be behind, and the echo advantage he should gain by the cock, he won't gain at all. And this is the reason why he's dying to this, because of the decision of the landmark. We saw it a couple times. I saw it by BC. BC tried to go. He did a serious only trade against with all sus against, and he tried cock a couple times. And in the French mirrors, he always died because of this. The enemy has military lead and you can't defend. And in addition to it, French advantage in this matchup is normally French should have more knights on the field early on, because French has more villagers, because you pay one villager getting JD as a military unit. Yeah. Then there will come a timing, the consecration hits in, and the knight count is getting an advantage for JD because of the discount in the production. because you go cock, you won't get the point where you have the military lead as French, and this is the second reason why csthelord, in my personal opinion, is dying here pretty fast, pretty early, because French mirrors are mostly about the thing who has more knights on the field. That's all. Pretty easy.
Yeah, that's a very good summary of what a French mirror looks like. The thing is, since it's Jeanne d'Arc, I think it's even a little bit more dire, because as Jeanne d'Arc, you do want to be aggressive. So if it would be French against French, you could argue that, well, as long as he's kind of staying defensively, maybe he does have a chance. But Jeanne d'Arc wants to be aggressive, so there's like FunkyFranky will be in his face. csthelord losing 2 villagers here on gold already, so this is gonna be a little bit setting here. The only thing why I see that this could work is if FunkyFranky doesn't scout it because he doesn't expect it. So right now he doesn't know anything about that base here. So he will wonder at some point, like, where is the knight? But until that happens, a couple minutes in the game, like, we already see the traders moving out. You know, couple traders here, 52 gold. It's not too bad, so he can, like, you know, it's not the same as having villagers on gold, obviously, but it's some very nice buff. And with the barracks, he can defend against the knight. And FunkyFranky might, I mean, yeah, at some point he will be like, okay, where's the Chamber of Commerce? It should be somewhere here, and if he moves around here, he will see the Chamber of Commerce. And so, yeah, it will not be a secret for long, but it actually could, you know, it could work out for a while, just because it doesn't get scouted immediately, and the Spearmen obviously are very, very strong against the Knights, even though it's only Dark Age. So that's another thing that you do want to have to be hardened upgrade. csthelord getting a house right now just because the one house was being destroyed. Knight in the back here, killing a villager with the Holy Wrath ability of Jeanne d'Arc, so he did choose the melee form. Knight almost dying, but yeah, you have the situation as you said, like, there's already 6 knights on the field against 3 Dark Age spears. Like, this is not this is not the kind of numbers that you wanna have, that you wanna field if you're in this situation. Could be rough. But then again, if as I said, like, if the aggression stays here and the traders can move back and forth freely, csthelord also has faster villager production than Jeanne d'Arc, and so he could actually stay ahead for a while. Knights moving out, so yeah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's a rough situation. I mean, like, I don't know.
I see what you say, but look, FunkyFranky now is throwing you 3 knights into the trade, and there's nothing which can protect the trade. Okay, he has 5 spears, but honestly, you need the double count of spears, and they are Dark Age spears. You need the double count of spears, something like this, to handle with French knights. And they are not in position, and they are way too slow. Also, the food gets harassed pretty soon by a knight. Yeah. There is nothing if FunkyFranky does not throw it pretty hard, and he's not attacking anything there. That's crazy. Not the food villager.
He just moved past. He didn't even see that, and so that's the one advantage that csthelord also has. He does have the vision over his base, and FunkyFranky is kind of blindsided here. The issue is now that yeah, if he's moving the villagers out, FunkyFranky is doing exactly the right thing, just attacking the villagers on the gold. He's moving in the front, in the back line here. There's a lot of villagers here that are in trouble now. And so basically FunkyFranky just splitting his army into 3 different parts here, killing a couple more villagers. 10 villager kills by now. He will lose Jeanne d'Arc. That is big. That is huge. But Oh, yeah, I mean, it is a very, very rough situation. csthelord also moving into knights now, so he will be able to put down some counter-aggression, so that is nice. And yeah, if you can construct those walls, um, he should be able to hold this. And given that FunkyFranky did put a lot of aggression on the field and had to rebuy Jeanne d'Arc and all that, uh, csthelord is still doing kind of okay, I would say. I mean, I wouldn't count him out at this point, just because he was holding fine, like lost more villagers than he should have, I guess, but with the spearmen should be able to, yeah, to hold, secure his base, and then he has a trade going, and that should, yeah, should give him
Yeah.
a lead, I guess.
I mean, we're talking about one trader, so he lost all the free traders he get. Oh no, he paid for the traders? He even did not... Wait, did he? Oh,
Yeah, he
Lord,
didn't
he
get, yeah.
even did not use the echo upgrades to gain traders?
No, yeah.
Alright, okay. No, I don't see it. So, there... FunkyFranky really has to...
Hardcore throw the game, yeah, I know.
Yes, yes,
I know,
yes.
I'm...
I
Like,
mean, even if he's now chilling in his base and doing nothing for the next 2 to 3, 4 minutes, immediately he's now adding archers. Oh boy.
that is gonna be ugly very soon here.
The only thing Funky needs to do is massing knights, deny the trade, roaming with his knights, and he wins the game.
Yeah,
Definitely.
pretty much. Well, and so also another thing is, now he has the map. So the issue, if you're going for spearmen, obviously that counters the knights. That's a nice thing. That goes out the window the moment archers arrive on the field. That's one issue. And the other issue is you don't have any map control. So basically, csthelord will have this one like sixth of the map for him, if he had the walls up. And that's about it. And FunkyFranky now could actually move on the water. Like, he could actually, like, you know, put a mill down here and just gather it with villagers if you wanted. You don't even necessarily need a dock. But the nice thing with the dock would also be that you're basically paying 50 wood more than you would, but you basically have 2 houses. And so you save houses in a sense if you're going for the dock, even though you pay 50 wood more. And so that would be a very, very nice and smart thing for him to just put down a dock, put down some fish, some shipping, fishing boats, or maybe again like drop a mill here and then just get all the fishing here with the villagers. Doesn't really matter that much.
Oh, big bad micro by Funky. He's losing a lot of knights there. Q is coming out. Now Knight's getting... Oh, gets caught. Oh, it hurts. Okay, this is some kind of throw.
Oh, what do you what did we say about throwing the game? I mean, Jeanne d'Arc will also die once again with the knights there on her tail. There's a couple couple spearmen still there. The knights over here got also killed by the spearmen patrolling here. Nice move here by csthelord. Also retaking this gold, which is should be very, very, very safe here. And now csthelord is actually on the attack, easily cleaning out the archers here. Should get a little bit more knights up on the field and then focus on the archers, but in general still has the spear numbers, can still deal with the knights. I would love to see some blacksmith upgrades as well. That would be like the next step. But overall, and look at that idle time. He's idling out 15 villagers. That's like the 3rd time Jeanne d'Arc, like she got bought back, dies again. Couple archers on the field, doesn't really matter. Villagers on the run. This is like this one super bad fight here for FunkyFranky. Completely flipped the script here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This is, I would say, I mean, the positive thing is, FunkyFranky did not lose any echo unit at all. That's kinda important. He has idle time, yeah, but he did not lose any at all. That's good for him. What's pretty bad for him and will be pretty rough is that he lost so many military. And I don't like his archery decisions. I mean, yes, he saw the spears. Okay, well, but he has JD. So
Yeah,
what's happening? You the only thing you need in this scenario, especially with the early damage he did, is take care of the knights and micro them well.
yeah,
JD has Q. Does pretty good splash damage to the spears. Is in a melee situation. The spears charging in after the Q is set, spears are dead.
yeah.
That's all. That's all he needs to do. And with going only for knights, instead of chopping wood, he could go for full gold
Mm-hmm.
instead of getting his own trade on the field because he saw the cock. I mean, what is the cock doing? He killed all traders early on. He only need, and now he's taking a bad fight again. Why he's chasing the villagers instead of defending his archers? So,
Yeah, a
in
questionable decision in a sense. And I totally agree with you. Like with Jeanne d'Arc, with French, it totally makes sense to go into this like knight archer comp. But with Jeanne d'Arc, as you mentioned, with the Holy Wrath ability, um, which is like basically an AoE, I kill everything move. It is actually like super easy to just double down on the knights. You have Jeanne d'Arc to deal with the spearmen, especially if it's not like, like super many spearmen. Um, and then that's about it. And now he's just throwing away his knights just to kill like maybe one more spearman villager. I'm not even sure if he killed one more. Um, so FunkyFranky did see that there's a second town center coming up for French, and so he really needs to make a move here. He knows or should know that even though he killed a lot of villagers, um, okay, well, I mean, I was gonna say like, yeah, idle the villagers, the town centers rather being idle right now, so not producing constantly, is the only reason probably because why the French is behind in villagers right now. Um, well,
I,
let's see, let's see.
I, but but yes. I,
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry acting like this, but I can't believe what I see here. I can't believe what I see here. Now the push out by csthelord, who lost 17 AKO units already against JD, and JD. I mean, he has the cheaper production, especially in food and fuel. Castle, you need the tech for getting cheaper units in gold costs and stuff like this. I,
Ooh,
words are
finding
missing.
one villager kill here, but also alerting csthelord, so he can pull villagers and repair the gate here. He can, yeah, he pulls back the units. Should be able to clean this up very fast. Only lost one additional villager here, or actually it's like two villagers, I think. And
H-Up is coming in for Funky.
okay, interesting choice.
I mean, he has 8, 12. Wait, how many traders does he have?
He has 8. Oh, you
21
mean Funky
traders.
Frankie? Never mind.
Yeah,
Funky Frankie. He
21
has
traders.
12 right now. Okay.
21.
But 21? Oh yeah, right.
Yes.
21. Never mind. But
So FunkyFranky, he he's doing it now. I don't know why he's fighting here. He does not need to fight at all because now his H-Up is coming in. He needs to get the text for his units, and then it's done. Level 3 JD is coming in, so he needs to decide which skill he's going for, which level D, and then there's a horseman running JD, or JD sitting on the horseman, so even though FunkyFranky and csthelord cleared a good amount of, or had a very good fight here at the wood line between the two golds, it's the way, like I said, csthelord might die. But what's happening with the gold for csthelord? Is it really
Yeah.
only the trade? He also had 20.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
he had too many villages on gold, and I think that's like the reason for that is that he was thrown off a little bit in his macro here and was just like, oh, I'm French, I need to put them on gold, which like, no, you don't. Like, you have trade going on. You have 10 traders right now. Like, they're giving him a healthy amount of gold, especially since he's going like also on spearmen and not only on knights. You don't necessarily need like so many stables and so much gold then. Um, should up a little bit in production, only has one barracks that is not doing anything right now, and losing 2 stables here, that's very, very... I mean, I
Not
do wonder why
only
he's not
losing.
fighting right now. I mean, the town center is a good point for him to fight this. He's losing the barracks, not losing any spearmen right now. He's down to just a couple of spearmen, a couple of knights here. This could go very ugly very soon for him. Also, he might be housed pretty soon as well. Oh man.
Energy is kicking in soon, halfway done, so 35 seconds left. Knights are already veterans, and yeah. 18 military versus 35. He's panic dropping. Why he's dropping archery ranges like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I mean, he has no other resources, okay, but what is he doing against the Royal Bloodline Knights with archery ranges once he's not castle? So,
Okay, so
interesting
oh man.
decision.
So okay, basically what happened? He just spent a lot of resources to buy food, and that's why he doesn't have any gold left. Because he realized that his macro was way off. Oh man, this is... If he had like, you know, two more barracks in the back, producing a couple of spearmen knights, that comp was fine. Like, that was dealing pretty effectively with whatever FunkyFranky threw at him. And now he just has a couple knights, so 6 knights still standing here. But again, it's feudal knights against castle age knights with royal bloodlines. So that is a very, very uphill battle, to say the least. Villagers trying to repair the town center, but I mean that's not doing any damage basically onto the knights anymore. And FunkyFranky in a good position here, camping the trade as well. And yeah, csthelord has to tap out at this point.
I mean, French trade is nice, and the map maybe gives you the opportunity to wall like csthelord did, but it's definitely not valid to go trade that early on, or he's going cock, like everything normal, producing barracks, getting off gold since he has enough gold for hardened spears, drop some spears mass and stuff like this to protect the walling and start the trade a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
So he is getting all those traders safe in his base, no traders die, and he has enough military on the field to protect getting the walls up. But even then, I'm not sure if he will get enough spears on the field to protect all of that once JD is on the opponent side and facing or fighting. JD loves to fight spears in feudal, right?
Yeah.
She says, "Thanks God, this guy is fighting me in feudal with spears."
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
So the strategy was not it.
No, unfortunately not. And I mean, I do like the cock attempt. Definitely, I like that. I just think that, I mean, also not going for the upgrades and getting the free traders. That was also a thing where I'm like, if you're going for the Chamber of Commerce, you should try to then get the upgrades and then get the free traders in. Yes, it is a little bit delayed, obviously, because you have to get the upgrades first and then you get the traders in queue, but you get them for free, and that is very, very valuable. And so I think that would have been nice. I don't know if it would have changed anything, but it would have been nice if he would have gone for that option instead. Um, but yeah, I mean, or the other option would be to not go for trade, go for the Chamber of Commerce, just add the School of Cavalry as you always do, and then try to win the initial like little fights here and there. And once you have that, then you can move on to water and try to get some eco boost there as well. Because we haven't seen water for neither player actually throughout the whole
Yeah.
game, so that might have been another angle to like if you're thinking about okay, how can I boost my eco? Water is also one of the good ways to do that.
Yeah, but the opinion in the high level gaming or in high elo is there is a point once water, especially when you have only shoreline fish, water transition or shoreline fish transition does not matter that much. So
Okay.
I'd say because the scaling is not that much like in fuel. The thing is with shoreline fish, you need a transition at all, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, you need a transition on land at all. So once you go, let's say you fight until 10 minutes on land without going water at all or something like this. Then you spend wood, then you go with your villagers on wood to farm wood for um, dogs and go fishing, which is kind of this which decreased, which the gather rate decreased since the last patch. I'm not sure if also for fishing boats or only villagers.
I think
However,
it's only for villagers. I'm not sure.
you
I'm not sure.
also, I mean, French is kind of different because you mentioned because of the housing situation with dogs. Quite not sure if this is the same. What I'm saying now because of this, because you, as you said, you save some wood getting houses as well for each dog, so 2 houses for each dog, 1 house for each dog. Sorry. However, you spend those 75 wood for a fishing boat, 150 wood, so 225 wood once you are at 50 villages or something like this.
Mm.
You also can go, in this situation, you also can go for a farm transition, which you already have to do at least 20 minutes, 10 minutes or 5 minutes later when you reach 75, 70 to 80 villagers or something like this. And that's the reason why the later the water transition is, the later you go for the water transition, it does not scale that much like in the early on, because early on, if you have 4 echo units more than the other one, if the overall count is 15, it's way more than if you are on 70 and 74 villages or echo units.
Mm.
Yeah. However, what's the next we are going for?
Yeah, so there's 2 matchups available right now as far as I can see. It's either Hossein against AKORS in the top bracket, or it is Poupa against Zimrathan in the middle bracket. Poupa also has been a new player, hasn't played in lower legends before. So I'm kind of inclined to go for that one. But if you'd rather have a Hossein
Let's
against
go.
AKORS, I'm also fine. They're both in for more or less the same amount of time here. And okay, one would be Waterholes, the other one would be another Cascade game. So
Then let's go into the Waterholes game, also hybrid map. I'm excited or wondering if we see here some solid dock opening, because when I remember it correct, you have 2 pawns or 4 pawns,
mhm.
right? 2
Uh,
for each player?
no, I think it's
Or is
just
it,
one pawn as far as I know.
or is it in a 2v2? Or is it 2v2 for
2v2
player?
would be
I'm not
yeah, in 2v2 it would be four pawns total.
sure.
Yeah.
Wait, did Akor say Valdemar beats Louis 3-2?
Apparently.
You wrote something in your chat. I read it right before. I check it. Valdemar. Eh?
Yeah,
Valdemar is
so
in a
so
different
while you're
group.
doing that,
However.
let's switch the players here. So AKORS playing the Knights Templar in red on the left side, going on wood immediately. Against Hossein playing the Ayyubids, also on wood, moving out a villager already. Choosing the right side of the. Oh no, okay, not going on the left side. It's a little bit closer, I guess. Um, and AKOS is also moving out with a villager. So both players looking for the left side pond actually. That could be some very interesting situation. AKOS finding. Oh my goodness. Okay, this this is gonna be so much fun. Yep, I love it. Let's go. Oh.
Action is starting immediately. The game is not running at least 1 minute, and people are fighting each other. But I'm not sure if this is worth it. What AKORS is doing, because he's missing some sheep. The longer he's hitting the villager, now he stopped. However, let's talk a moment for the or about the matchup, right? I mean, both civilizations are kinda good for water openings or
Mhm.
hybrid maps, something like this. Ayyubids because of the cheaper dogs. Templars because of the wood
Wood eco.
economy,
Yeah,
they
the wood eco.
wood eco they have. So I mean the high level players are all the same opinion or have all the same opinion. Knights, Templars, they are unbeatable on water because of the wood echo.
Okay. I was certain they would be good. I wasn't sure if they would actually be considered unbeatable. So I guess we're gonna find out. So if you're looking at the players, Hossein being Conqueror 1, AKORS being currently Diamond 2. So in theory he is the underdog, but he does have the stronger Civ. So that's gonna be very interesting to see whether Hossein can pull this one off. Um, Also, I mean, we've seen his Cascade game. That wasn't his strongest game, so maybe this one will be better. But I do love that we have both dogs here, super close here. That should be very very exciting and interesting to see. Culture Wing coming up for Hussein. So looking for the cheaper technology, also potentially a quicker castle age because of the decreased cost. So that should help him with the water fights, right? I mean, the military wing wouldn't really help him. Trade wing wouldn't help him, and eco wing wouldn't really help him either. And so, wait, am I No, I'm not confused right now. I was like, do I mix up Abbasids and Ayyubids right now? And I think I did a little bit, but Culture Wing does give the cheaper
Yeah,
age up.
yeah,
So it is
yeah,
okay. Yeah, it's a little bit different. So it is the age up itself is cheaper and not like it gives
yeah.
cheaper techno. Never mind. I was actually thinking that he was playing Abbasid for whatever reason.
This is a very, very or maybe not. That's the wrong term to say it. But it's not untypical that Ayyubids on a hybrid map, on a water map, goes for the cheaper age up to
Hmm.
pressure immediately or to
Yeah.
get an advantage on water because now he will age up in 50 seconds. Akos is just far away, about 100 foot, and then he immediately can place or put a dhow, just a
Mm.
arrow ship, archer ship on the pond, on the north pond, to push Akos off or kill some ships. At least one he will kill, maybe an archer. So that's kind of typical, let's say, I would play. But interesting thing here is because of the age up mechanics for Knights Templar,
Mm.
he won't be that ahead like he's the Ayyubids won't be that ahead like they would against normal
Yeah.
civilization, because the age-up mechanic is quite the age-up is quite fast. And if AKORS, I mean, he already dropped a dock at the south, queued 2 ships, and is aging up, and has enough resources for an archer ship himself at the north pond. So that shows how strong Knight Templars are on a map like this, and he's dropping a 3rd dock on the pond, so it's crazy.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. I mean, as you said, like 3 docks already. Hossein also going on the 2nd pond with another dock as well. And yeah, the faster age up definitely makes sense. And I remember, like, it still haunts me, like a game where I played against someone with the Mongols on Archipelago, I believe it was. And I was like, yeah, I'm going on water. I'm getting ahead and whatever. And at like 5 minutes, he clapped me with the archer ships, and I was like, how am I supposed to deal with that? Because I'm way behind. Like, this game is over already. And so, very strong opening here, but as you said, Knights Templar, they're probably like the best ship to counter that because of their fast age up themselves. And just the insane synergy between you going on wood, but you're still getting food, and the wood translates into fishing boats, which also give you food, and so it's like just scaling ahead super quickly. So I don't expect a 2nd town center here for Templars. I think that would kill them in this situation. I do wonder when we're gonna see the pilgrims with a safe passage, because there is some very juicy sacred sites that he could look for.
And this comes on top, right? The pilger situation, or the pilger mechanic for Templars. So he could go for I'm not sure he's losing the top pawn. I think he should not commit more to the top pawn. Maybe he stopped producing. He should rescue or save the south pawn at all the resources he have. I mean, he's producing no military. But back to the pilgers. And he queued it up in 2. So he's producing 2 villages, and then the first pilgers will, the first level of pilgers will be developed. However, what I wanted to say is, you don't need to do anything for this additional gold. The opposite, Hossein has to invest into land, anything, units or something like this, to get rid of the passive gold which is coming in. So AKORS can reduce the amount of villagers he's putting on gold, put them on wood, and get an advantage on water, because water is not so gold heavy than it is to wood. And this is the second part why the Knight Templars are insane strong on water or just hybrid maps like this.
Yeah, and I mean also, he also chose the Hospitaller Knights commandery, which also increases the healing, by the way. So that also makes the galley ships here a lot more tanky, just because they're getting healed up way faster, like 30% faster than they usually would. Nice connection with the demo ship, almost killing the Bachla. And so AKORS should be able to hold the south pond here. He did lose the top pawn, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but it's basically equalizing it on the other side here, so it's 1-1. Also, the nice thing is, you kind of want to, like, currently he chose the middle sacred side for the pilgrims, which gives him about 100 gold. It will be a little bit more with fortresses and all that, with the upgrades. But if he chooses at some point the right side, sacred side, that would give him the 130 maximum plus the upgrades, and then he also has the right side pawn, which helps him to defend this passage even more. So yeah, in a sense, it makes sense for him to go on the right side and just, yeah, skip the left one for now. It's okay. You might get it back later on, and maybe not. It doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now it's okay. Before he has to save the pawn, I would say, because the pilgrims, I would expect if he chose the right sacred site, move over the water.
Yeah.
They turn into a boat, and then once they reach land, they get off the boat because this is the direct way. So they
Yeah.
don't move around the water. And since the fights are going on the water, the pilgrims are quite in danger. But I mean, AKORS is doing pretty well, and I have to say, you said he's Diamond 2, right?
Yeah. Currently Diamond 2.
And his this was a failed demo ship because he hits his he did friendly fire since the last patch. It's a little bit bugged, the demo ships. However, his water micro is pretty nice for boss
Yeah.
players. The water micro was pretty nice, and now we have a kind of even situation. Who did AKORS just age up? And this is so crazy. This is just crazy how he just invested. Look at the destroyed value. Was at the same,
Yeah.
nearly the same. Village account, AKORS is behind, but he aged up.
Yeah.
And Hossein is quite away from age up, and on top, he has to wait the full time for the age up. So what is it? 2 minutes until the age up is done. He can't speed it up with villagers or something like this. So
No.
he has no chance to get rid of the relics or something like this. So it's crazy. It's this civilization is crazy, and I said unbeatable. I mean, it's no civilization is unbeatable, but it's far the top, not even the top, the best civ on hybrid and water maps. Knights Templar.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Absolutely. And I mean, I do get what you mean by it is unbeatable, and I mean I think right now Knights Templar is probably also the civ that I struggle the most with. Like, for example, House of Lancaster, I don't have any issues with that. Like, I won almost every game against them so far. With Knights Templar, it is very difficult to deal with them. And now, yeah, he's picking up the relics. He has 2 monks on the field, so he will pick up the relics. He's getting 119 or something gold with the pilgrims right now. Still level 1 pilgrim, so he could upgrade that fairly soon. And he's either looking for like most likely looking for a fortress right now, so he can drop that somewhere. And by the way, with the pilgrims, I completely forgot that they're switching into into a boat and moving all the way across the pond. Actually, I forgot that that mechanic exists, and so yeah, you're right. It's absolutely crucial to save that pond. And if yeah, AKORS feels so much ahead right now. By the way, I did double check. He was like his highest this season was Conqueror 1 as well, so he's not like peak Diamond 2. Currently he is Diamond 2, but he also was at least Diamond 1 in this season, and so pretty even player. The Genoa commandery that he chose, providing some more 30% more gold for the pilgrims, and also has the Genoese crossbowmen, which they're a nightmare for me. Like the last time I played against Knights Templar, they completely demolished me, and that was very distraught seeing that because it felt like I was winning the game, and then they just completely like yeah, they ducked me in basically. So yeah.
And I'm not sure if Hossein is very happy with his choice of what military he's going for. He is aging up and immediately queued 7 lancers.
Yeah.
So AKORS has on the field 11 spears, two of those crossbows, and those crossbows are just ridiculous.
Yes.
They just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So it's, I would say this will become a distraction for Hossein once those boss militaries clash to each other. But maybe I'm wrong. We will see. In theory, the army combination of AKORS will beat the army combination or the military units for Hossein, unless Hossein is going for mass desert raiders. I would say mass desert raiders would handle with the army combination quite good. I'm not sure how they handle with the crossbows, but because of the range ability, you can change them to range units. The crossbows shouldn't be that big of an issue like the lancers will have with them. A good raid for Hossein here. Killed just only one villager and is now moving into the base. So interesting thing that AKORS only lost one villager. Spears at the woodline, lancers running through the woodline, only idle time, not more, and yeah, 4 relics already in for AKORS. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is
normally. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Sorry, I was just agreeing. Like that is very, very strong. And normally it's the other way around. So
yeah. But another lancers just stopping pilgrims to go to the sacred site. A keep dropped at the sacred site, and oh boy, I hate those Templar keeps. Once they get the upgrades, especially the health upgrade and stuff like this, I hate it. I mean, sure, you need Imperial for the Eisenklammern. I don't know the English term.
I know what you mean? It's the iron clamps.
Iron clamps, yeah. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous tech, and sure you need Imperial Age, but those keeps, because Knights Templar wanna spam them, they are insane. And they wait, is it keeps in general, not addicted to the commentary or to the age up you chose, increase health and wait, yeah, the range of units will increase for each for the influence area of the keep. So crossbows, range unit, fighting against lancers with increased range, It's a nightmare for Hossein. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, so the one upside to that is with the iron clamps, that only provides a 20% incoming damage from gunpowder, and so like usually I never really like thought too much about it by now, because I'm like, well, I'm just using trebuchets, so I don't really care about that tech. And so in a sense, it's like, yeah, just don't fight under the keep, like you always do, basically. Just trap it down and then you can move in. You don't need to fight underneath the fortress. AKORS moving out, by the way, with a lot of spearmen to torch down the docks, so good move here. If you can torch the docks, all of them, that, yeah, immediately stops all the food production on the left side pond. Meanwhile, AKORS is still way ahead, which is that only because of the fishing boats? How many does he have? Like 6.
He has.
Oh, never mind.
13 fishing boats.
Yeah, I mean, I know why. Like he killed like 23 villagers, and or fishing boats, and so Hossein was in a rough position, just like, you know, a couple minutes ago when AKORS hit Castle Age and he was way far off. But at least in terms of eco, I don't know if Hossein is looking that bad right now. He needs to find a solution to the spearmen, but he has a lot of archers, and so should be able to. Oh, and a lot of spring rolls as well. So that's That's nice. He can. I think he can hold this and then maybe be able to push out and hopefully get the gold income here under control.
Yeah, and the crossbows just walking into the
Oh
lancers,
my
so they
goodness.
die for free. No A move, just a move command. You hate to see it. You
Well,
really
yeah.
hate to see it. And
Ouch.
what was pretty strong and solid situation for AKORS now turns into a nightmare for AKORS, I'd say, because he has no idea of. Wait, it looks like he has no idea what the hell is going on. Lancers in my base, going rip off the dock. Then archers are coming in. Now Springles on the field. Ooh, where should I look at first? Especially because the lancers are so mobile, um, and not his own armies, which are only infantry base units. Second TC is dropped to catch up with the Echo units. I'm not sure if, because I mean he has 2.6 food. 1.6 gold. He's not producing military. Well, he is producing, but he does not have enough production. So instead of going for a second TC, he should drop a lot of more production to pump out military. Because sure, he is behind in echo units. That's right. But because of the pilgers, who are still safe, I don't know how long, but they are still safe. Maybe one or a second one, but not more, because the military is not enough to defend the middle. The keep will get destroyed very soon. So instead of investing into a second TC, he should invest in more production at first, so he can produce military. And then he could add a second TC, I would say. Now he will fall behind more and more because he can't spend his echo. He can't spend his resources. Meanwhile, Hussein, he has a echo count of 91. You see the macro of Hussein on point. He is not flooding resources at all and pumping military. So that's the big difference here. But also I have to, and that's my last point. Never underestimate a Knights Templar army. It's ridiculous sometimes.
It is ridiculous, and the Mangonels could really do a lot of work here. Just barely missing the archers here. But yeah, I mean, Jose is comped with the archer's crossbow, very effective to deal with that. So the Genoese crossbowmen, they're a little bit, special kind of unit. They're dealing a lot of base damage, 21, and then they're dealing extra damage against melee infantry. So a little bit different than the regular crossbows, dealing bonus damage against heavy armored units, but just having a very high base damage and then getting a bonus against against melee infantry, which, yeah, there's no melee infantry in Hossein's army at all, so you can basically treat them as high damage but otherwise uninteresting units. And then he has the crossbows against the Hospitaller Knights and men-at-arms. There's some men-at-arms here as well. And then the archers against the spearmen. But I mean, having all said that, still a fairly even fight here. Jose needs to retreat, did lose a couple sprinkles, was able to clear the mangonels at least, losing a dervish here as well. So it's a little bit on the back foot. But I mean, given that he didn't have as many resources to spend as AKORS did, who now was able to spend all of it, I would say that was still a small victory for Hossein. Also, he did capture the sacred site, so this is out of the picture for Knights Templar. They cannot access that right now. He is taking... No, he's not taking that. That's not a dervish. But he did capture this, decapture this one rather.
Yeah, and meanwhile we're at so many trebuchets. I think he's overcommitting a little bit too much into traps, because the keep is already destroyed, so he does not need any traps right now. He just needs military against this melee infantry, and also these crossbows. Keep is now get dropped as a forward keep. Lance is coming in. However, meanwhile, we were talking about the cleanup or the situation at all. I was like a blink of an eye, the military of Hossein in the first moment. I thought, oh yeah, pretty good fight for Hossein. He's beating the army. And then in the second moment, it was like,
Yeah.
what the hell happened?
Everything died basically. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. Fortress getting cancelled here. AKORS doesn't really right now have the numbers to really push for that. I mean the trebuchets, they would have one purpose, and that is, you know, where it says landmark victory approaching. Templars only has the Templar headquarters, so the main town center, as the second landmark that is available right now. And so if you have a lot of trebuchets, you can just move into the base and try to get that one down before AKORS can mount any kind of defense. That keep is gonna secure the wood lines here, as well as give access to that sacred site. They're still fighting on the right side over that sacred site. Probably having a very healthy religious argument right now. Oh my god, look at all those Springles here in the middle. 11 Springles.
Yeah.
Oh my god, 16 in total. I do like that, you know, just from a visual standpoint, but I'm a little bit afraid that there's the melee, or like, you know, the front line missing in a sense. Like maybe some camel lancers or horsemen, maybe even, like just something.
Yeah, that's true, but if you man it, and yeah, the traps, I don't know why he's... What is going... What
are they doing? Are they shooting at the fishing boat? Oh my... Did he... No, don't tell me he... That would be so funny.
He destroyed, with the one trap, he destroyed one of the military ships by AKORS. However, so the mass springles are good against the melee infantry, definitely, but the crossbows get rid of the springles because of the range difference. The springles, if they set up, get a shot, the crossbows, so was the situation, gets in range of the springles, or the springles are in the range of the crossbows. That's the right way to say it. And the springles are weak against range units, and also the range difference is not that big, so 7.5 tiles for springles, and just for those crossbows 6 tiles. And they have to set up before they shoot against the military, and so on and so on. So he definitely needs something as frontline. And I would say, looking at the army comp of AKORS, I mean, he has stables. He needs to go for horsemen, because horsemen, they are kind of tanky, and right now there is no horseman counter in the army of AKORS. No spears, only crossbows. I mean, they have a good base damage, the crossbows, sure, that's also nice for fighting horsemen. However, there are no spears, and spears are the main counter for horsemen, right? So, the springles are against the men-at-arms and the hospitality knights, and the horseman will counter the crossbow. So with horseman, he will be in a pretty solid and good spot here, fighting the army combination of AKORS. But he decides to stay on mass range, 30 crossbows and 24 archers together with the springles, and now we see a trebuchet fight each other. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. That is pretty funny, I have to admit. Oh, okay, so Hossein setting up trade shortly, killing the monk. Now he will get the northern, northeast sacred side. AKORS moved the pilgrims over to the left side, getting 170 gold there. So that is very nice. Needs to be careful that he doesn't lose access to water. Only has this one dock here anymore. So Hossein could actually threaten the right side pond as well. And yeah, like as I said, I mean, horseman would be really nice in his army composition. The only counter to that would be the spearmen, which AKORS has only 3 spearmen, so not really a threat here. But a ton of siege here. Still 10 Springles, 5 trebuchets. But also, yeah, AKORS also having 4 trebuchets and 1 more in queue, so 5 now as well, dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I hate Knights Templar trebuchets.
Oh yeah.
But let's point out another thing. Hossein dropped the keep on the left sacred side, so now no sacred sides for pilgers, because the keep will kill all the pilgers. But the positioning of the sacred side, I don't like it. It's too far, too close to the border. I mean, sure, it will kill the pilgers. It killed 2 once they are only 2 pilgers. But if there is a military or something, you don't have the keep for any fire support in front of the sacred site. So normally you want to put the keep, I would say, in a position where you can fight around. You can't fight around this keep. There's a wood line in front of the keep, and what are you doing? You can't kite or something like this. You can't stay behind the keep and preventing the pilgers. Meanwhile, you're fighting the military. So the positioning is, I mean, he's blocking the sacred site. Yes, that's nice decision, but the positioning itself, I would prefer to see it a bit more forward in front of the wood line.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the AI, which is notorious for dropping keeps and outposts right at the border, where I'm like, this doesn't help you at all. Like, why are you even trying this? But it is, you know, it is preventing the pilgrims from reaching the sacred site, which is like the #1 goal that you have in having a keep at that, you know, at that point. He could have placed it in a like, you know, more optimized space for sure, but yeah, it is doing what it should do right now. Couple of horsemen here on the run around the pond, not finding the villagers on the gold, unfortunately. So once again, we see that A moving would be a big difference here.
And on the left sacred side, you see what I kinda mentioned, not exactly, but 2 pilgrims will kill, but now there are 3 pilgrims on the field, and the 3rd one just reached the sacred site because the point when the pilgrims get in range of the keep, the keep has not enough time to kill all 3. It just kills 2. The 3rd one always will reach, and if the pilgrim numbers will increase and increase up to, what's the max? 5
10.
or 6?
It's 10 actually, yeah.
What? 10? Really?
Yeah,
I thought it's
well,
6.
I mean, you can have up to 8 fortress. I mean, you can have more than that, but up to 8. Or can you really? Like, okay, you can have up to 8 fortresses. Let's put it that way. You have 2 immediately from the town center, and so that should be up to 10, if I'm not completely mistaken. I don't find the information right now, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 pilgrims actually. Like, that's the maximum.
However, the situation shows up that how doesn't matter how many pilgrims, and that there are 2 will die, the rest will reach the sacred site. We see a big fight in the middle of the map. Hussein just reached Imperial Age, and AKORS decided to push out, and Hussein just lost a lot of military. I'm not sure what was the main reason why he lost that much military. I would say I would expect because of the Mongolids which are inside, and the amount of crossbows they are involved, and Hussein gets pushed away. He lost nearly all Springles. Mongolids still left, but pretty sure he also will lose some Mongolids. Villager pool for the Mongolites by AKORS. He lost 2 or 3 Mongolites, something like this, but the villager lead is, or echo lead is still available for Hossein, and he defended that push. Military still left on the field. Mongolites, 6 Mongolites, 7 Mongolites. But not the Imperial upgrade for the Mongolites on Hossein's side. And AKORS, I would say he's far away from Imperial.
Oh yeah, AKORS is very far away from Imperial. He built up a fortress here, but that's getting shot at by the Mangonels, or rather Manjanik, as they call for the Ayyubids. So some nice visuals here. Look at this. It's like dropping napalm on your enemies, basically. So very nice visuals here for Age of Empires for sure. That fortress almost down again here, burning 900 something health. A little bit of a massive fight here, definitely some scorched earth tactics here in play, and yeah, AKORS definitely far away from Imperial, and I do wonder if Hossein, he does have all the Imperial upgrades now here, at least for the for the living units, you know, he doesn't have the adjustable crossbars yet for the Mangonel, but I mean that's a very expensive upgrade as well, so doesn't have the gold right now for that, and yeah, I mean he's also down to 2 Manjanik from 8 that he had previously, so right now not really worth it. Going for that upgrade.
I don't, not now, and he was, I'm not sure if he realized it, but he was shooting with the fire shots to military units, and this is not what you want to do, because the fire shot is supposed to kill buildings, not military, and now he trebuchets killed Manjanik by Manjanik. I hope he's switching now to the regular attack so he can get rid of the crossbows with the Manjanik and use it like he should do. Lancers are still on the field again, getting, yeah, it's forward, backward. Crazy Manjanik gets now killed by the horsemen. Meanwhile, they got 1 shot on the crossbows. Archers still on the field. What is happening here?
Well, a lot is happening here. I mean, it's insane. Now Hossein moving in with the crossbows right on top of the Mangonel, rendering it completely useless, and now could move up, but there's another fortress in his face, so there's where the trebuchets need to come in. Oh my goodness.
Yes, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. The good thing is that he's basically killed the gold income for AKORS right now, because both outer sacred sites are not available. This one just became available again just now, so that is providing a little bit of gold income for AKORS. But I mean, the longer this goes, the better it should be for Hossein, because he is Imperial Age, and AKORS is still Castle Age, or even Feudal Age if you're looking at the archers. So, you know, there's that.
Yeah, AKORS is kind of stuck. I mean, he has 3k wood on the in the bank, so the only thing he needs to do is take all those 25 volts on wood, drop 25 farms, and within a minute or something like this, he could reach Imperial himself, because if he's keeping this army, this military safe under the keep, he is in a good spot to get into Imperial. But if he is fighting like this, he's doing now, losing the keep, losing the military, he needs to rebuild military by unit, and can't save some resources to go into Imperial himself, and this will be in the this will kill him. This will gain the situation, like you said. The longer the game goes, the better it is for Hossein, definitely, because of the kind of situation we are.
Yeah,
I mean, a double echo lead for Hossein, so
Yeah, this is pretty crazy, and so AKORS also did lose the water on the right side. So Hossein's Echo looking very strong. He also did get rid of the fortress here on the sacred side. So he could now, he's 2,400 stone. He could easily drop like 2 keeps here around, make sure that these pilgrims never reach their destination. And is moving forward again. Could maybe get rid of the siege, but needs to be careful about the mangonels here. Some very nice shots here by AKORS. Moving in with the cavalry lancers, getting rid of the mangonels one by one. And this is, yeah, as I said, it's looking better and better for Hossein. AKORS doesn't have any resources to spend at all right now, and Hossein's still looking pretty healthy in terms of gold and food.
Yeah. So, in the next 2 minutes, this should be a call. I would say because of the Echo situation overall, there's no chance. I mean, I'd say it a lot of times today, like the game csthelord versus or French versus Resi, and it was running until JD hits castle. However, I think the decision for AKORS going for a second TC was a missed opportunity to kill Hossein.
Okay.
We saw imperial resources on the bank. If he would spend all those resources in military, he would have killed Hossein, pretty sure. He was in a so solid, positive situation. He had upon 4 relics, had a sacred site on control, pilgrims constantly moving to the sacred site. So this was his opportunity to go for a kill. But he decided not to spend the resources into military. He decided to go for a second TC, push his echo, and then Hossein had his opportunity to come back. So there's in RTS a situation where you very often can kind of throw a game, or let's put it in another way. You are in a situation, you have an echo lead. You already have an echo lead. And AKORS had an echo lead because of relics, sacred sites, pond, and pilgrims. Why do you add on more echo once you already in lead?
Yeah.
So then you should, when you should take your lead over into a military or over into something different. And if you are in in an echo lead situation, just push with military. Use the echo lead, put it into military, and kill the opponent. Because what we had here was he just chilled a little bit, tried to boom on top behind it, and Ayyubids are like Abbasid. Once they settle up the echo, because they also have the gathering raid situation, I think, because of they also have the golden age, I want to say.
Yeah.
You will fall behind. I think you cannot catch up, even though you had four relics, and this is what we saw here. I mean, the archer spam, the wood spam units like siege and archers by Hossein was insane, right?
Yeah, that was pretty insane. And I mean, AKORS was able to hold that for quite a long time. But I do agree. I've seen players where it's like, they're going for a second town center, then they're going on water and they're trading. I'm like, if that works, yeah, that of course will get you ahead, but it also takes a little bit of time to pay off, and so it can be difficult sometimes to figure out the right amount of how much can I boom and how much do I need to, when do I need to push, am I in a position to push this, because again, we as observers, we have God vision, we can see everything. The players are not as fortunate, and so it's sometimes really tough to make the right call and the right decision. And overall, we saw just now the resources. It was a very close game. So AKORS did a great job at fighting here, and it showed that Knights Templar is beatable if you play it right.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But let me point one more thing. Let's check the grass gathered resources and military um, number of military on the field. And here we see, I mean, also we see a drop of villagers. That's the reason why AKORS decided to go for the second TC, pretty sure, because he gets a lot of damage in echo units, or not echo units, just villagers. But if we have a look on gathered resources and military, we see the point where um, he was ahead in echo and did not turn it over into military. And after the echo damage was done, um, he did not spend his resources into military, and Hossein just did. Constantly producing military, and this is pretty nice. Why I love AOE as well, because of all those different graphs where you can analyze your game only because of stats and
No.
stats and stats, and it shows and tells you so much things.
Yeah,
Nice game by boss guys, right?
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I I don't know. I liked a lot of things that AKORS did, like the kind of fast castle and then taking 4 of the relics. I mean, that's super nice, and it feels great against Ayyubids. But I mean that alone wasn't like, yeah, it wasn't enough. And so oh wait, I need to switch it again. Um, but yeah, so I was saying taking that one. Um, Unfortunately, it still didn't make it to the semifinals. So actually, neither player did. So while all of this was going on, we do have the top bracket already in the finals. So we even missed the semifinals in Dry Arabia. But we also do have the middle bracket, which I'm not sure it hasn't started yet. Um, Okay, I don't know what's going on with the middle bracket. It should start fairly soon. Who's the admin right now? Okay, so it should be Neri. Just checking in there real quick so they don't get hold up. But yeah, so I would say we can take a 2-minute break, then we jump into the best of 3 top bracket finals, and after that we'll probably catch the semi or the top the middle bracket finals live. What do you say?
Absolutely.
Great.
I
So
agree.
let's do that. Take a 2-minute break, and then we'll go. So by the way, the top bracket. We can switch that here real quick. Top bracket. It is gonna be Schnippe against Vegeta. So they're doing the draft right now. We'll give them a couple minutes to do that, to get ready. We'll take a little bit of break because we've been going on for like 4 hours now, and then we'll get back to the best of 3 finals. So guys, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, welcome back. I just clicked the wrong button for the wrong scene. But we're not in game yet, so I was clicking the wrong one. Anyway, welcome back to Loyal Legends. Top bracket best of 3 finals. Schnippe against Vegeta has just started. You're in my group. Click on the observe button. We're having an exciting game ready for you guys. Um, and I don't want to mean
Ooh.
I don't want to sound sarcastic. I actually mean it. So let's switch it over. Um, so first match is gonna be on waterholes. Schnippe playing the Knights Templar in Cyan against Zushi's Legacy. Vegeta playing in red on the north side. So let's switch the players here. Flip the score. So Vegeta kind of on the left side, Schnippe kind of on the right side. So yeah, we've seen Knights Templar on this map just the last game, played by AKORS, and now it is Juicy's Legacy facing that. Do you think that Juicy's Legacy has a better chance, given that Juicy's Legacy is also very, very strong on water?
Uh, According to what is a question? I mean, I would say yes. Juicy Legacy is a good call, I would say, to try to catch up with the Echo Knight Templar has on water. But I think overall Knights Templar is still stronger. And we also see that Schnippe has a better, let's say, spawn or dog decision, dog placement decision, because look at his dog.
Yeah.
The range to the deep sea fish, and look at Vegeta's dog and the deep sea distance, and it looks like I'm not sure. Is he? Yeah, he's going to deep sea fish. However, so the difference, the distance is better definitely for Schnippe in this situation. So I would say overall, even though the eco is in general better for Schnippe than for Vegeta for water, a lot of things is decision making. So Vegeta can go for, I mean, because of the distance, maybe not, 2 or 3 fishing ship opening, and then into a and then into a feudal transition, and go up with a slightly faster, maybe the same age up than Schnippe is going up, and can go instantly for some warships on water to push Schnippe off water, or to save the pond for himself. And because of all those little things, I'm excited what the players decide to go for, or what they were cooking, or what they already cooked in their mind to go for. And it looks like Vegeta is going for something like this. He's stopped, or is he's no, he's still producing, but he already has no, wait, shit, it's wrong. Schnippe has already 200 gold. He's going for the slightly faster age up. On the top side, Vegeta is right and Schnippe is left. I have to switch the bars a little bit.
Yeah,
However,
I
that's
had to
my
switch that at the beginning as well.
that's my statement.
Yeah, so Schnippe very close here to the age up. Last game we seen, oof, okay. So last time we saw the Knights Hospitaller. This time it is the Principality of Antioch. So that is gonna increase the melee units gain plus 10% damage. So that could, if you're thinking like long term, that could lead into the Teutonic Knights. At some point, eventually, it will give him access to the Heavy Spearmen. if I'm not completely mistaken.
Sergeants.
Oh no,
Oh.
right, that was the start. Yeah, I was thinking like he also could go later on into the heavy spearmen, but he will have the sergeants.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's true. So an interesting choice, not like the classic French Kingdom of France. Meditation Garden is coming up now. An okay spawn, no stone unfortunately, but oh no, never mind. Yeah, he does have stone. There it is.
Yeah.
So he does have stone, gold, food. No wood though. That's the one thing that he's missing. But that's a pretty good meditation gardens. But clearly very delayed compared to Schnippe. And Schnippe, yeah, we already see the galley out here. And so going for a second dock as well, then the galley will be able to push away the fishing boats here. Vegeta also on the second dock, but that placement is just marginally better than than the other one. And so the issue was that, in the last game we've seen both players having a very close dock to each other. And Vegeta originally wanted to place it closer to one of the deep sea fish, but then was kind of forced away and build it somewhere else, which yeah makes his fishing eco pretty bad actually. Feels bad for him. So Schnippe already in a good position here with the galley threatening the docks a little bit. Vegeta did reach feudal age now, so he himself can put out a war junk. So the Springald ship, and that should help him hopefully to regain control of the water. But as I'm saying that, we have a demolition ship already on the field. Oh, getting a nice connect.
On the Hulk. Oh, this was unlucky timing here for Vegeta. That might it be. I mean, you are right. What according to the distance, but look at on a, from another point of view. On however, according to the dock positioning. So he placed the docks in this situation that far back because he had coastal fish, shoreline fish next to the docks. He placed a second dock. He was on 6 fishing ships to garrison or to keep all them safe. Now he's losing 3 to a demo ship. Unfortunately, 1 to a demo ship. And instant when he is fighting with military, he can pop off the fishing boats to get some food next to the dock until he is winning the water fight. So I think this was his strategy plan. This was what it looks like, and I would say kind of smart play. Unfortunately for him is that the demo ship just plops off or explodes once it was close to the Hulk or to the junk. Even though he had a archer ship to go for it, because if it was destroyed way earlier or demolished at way earlier, it would have done some friendly fire and maybe turns the fight in advantage to Schnippe, but it does not. And here we see the cleanup. No more attention or intention for shipping units, warships for Vegeta, and I think it's the right call because he lost water at all, and getting more ships in here is kind of a disaster because he's kind of wasting resources for nothing. Also, Schnippe is going for the second pawn, and I would say your initial question, is Chushi a valid pick here against Knights Templar? Schnippe is answering the question, right?
Yeah, that's a very decisive answer, and it feels very, very unfortunate to lose your pawn like that. Which, I mean, it has paid off by now. It's so he's still gained something out of it. Also, Schnippe had to invest a lot into it, to make it work, and so it doesn't feel super bad. And he also he's still investing into it a little bit. So just had a couple of boats here that are not for the time being. Once he has this pawn under his control, they won't do too much for him. unless he decides to switch the pilgrims over to the northern pond, and then it is just further increasing the safety of that passage. But yeah, Knights Templar insanely strong on the water here. An early palace guard coming in here and disrupting the woodline a little bit, and also scouting out here, so double archery range, one stable, which is interesting. I mean, you go for the Principality of Antioch and then you don't have a single barracks.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean,
Very curious.
on the other side, it's not curious because ShiroiiShi has an advantage according to China. They insta have access to Zugunus.
Yeah.
And sergeants get countered by range units. Zugs destroy sergeants, pretty sure. I don't know the stats, but in theory, on paper, because a classical counter for sergeant is range units. So that's why I'm always I also was wondered why he took this age up. I mean, you mentioned he could go for the heavy pikes. It's a reasonable choice because what is ShiroiiShi doing mostly? ShiroiiShi is doing mostly a castle transition into early knights, and in this scenario he has the perfect counter for display. But because of losing water that early, Vegeta decided to go obviously for a land transition into a kinda man-at-arm all-in, and Schnippe does not have anything against those man-at-arms, but he might overcommit a little bit. He's losing all his palace guards in the base. Now there's coming up a ram. Schnippe or Vegeta needs to block two things, the South Sacred side and the gold. And once he is doing this, he can keep the map control on his side, I would say. Because of the palace guards, and palace guards are kind of man-at-arms, not kind of, they are man-at-arms, so they are heavy, and it's really rough, very rough to get a counter early on, especially when you are on sergeants, which are addicted to gold. You don't have any barracks. So once you block the gold, the main threat he could go for is block, right? I would say.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, with the archers, I mean, you clearly would counter the Chugunu, but 14 palace guards, that's quite heavy, and I don't know if Schnippe expects that, and he, I mean, even if he expects that, he clearly isn't ready to face any of that. So rams coming in, 2 rams. There's a nice unlucky block here, but yeah, just relocating that.
Yeah. But there's one really dangerous situation for Vegeta, and this is why I said he needs to block the gold. Look at his resources. Look at Schnippe's resources.
Yeah, he just... Wait, did he... Okay, he is going for the Republic of Genoa. Oh, and that is gonna be so big. If he gets the Genoese crossbowmen out...
Yes.
Vegeta is done for. I mean, all what he's doing right now gets completely countered. Genoese crossbowmen with their bonus damage doing 30 damage against the palace guards, which... Yeah, that's like 5 hits and then they're done. So... I mean, if it gets to that point, that's the thing is, if it gets to that point, we'll have 10 more seconds until the Republic of Genoa has been contracted, researched, whatever. But we're only having like one single archery range right now. So now he needs to pump these guys out. But 26 seconds per Genoese crossbowman. Getting ranged veteran archery. Yeah, it makes sense, but that also further delays that for another minute. And so that's a difficult situation. I mean, Vegeta could win this right now. This is his only landmark, but he also did lose one of the rams, so needs to be careful about that fact. So we'll have veterancy coming in shortly, but there's only 10 archers left on the field, and he's going for the regular crossbows. instead of the Genoese. I mean, they're a little bit more expensive, but he does have the gold for that.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well that he's doing this because I'm pretty sure the other one would be quite better. Or, however, but Vegeta has 1k wood on the bank. He has a little bit too less ramps on the field, and he is still not blocking the gold. And this is kind of a problem, I would say, because he only needs 2 palace guards at the sacred site, and he would get so much out of it, because once he's blocking this gold, not only he just blocked the age up, he also would block, or potentially block the age up before. He also is blocking the counter units Schnippe is getting right now, and yeah, this might be the all-in. Here's the call.
Wow.
And we have a GG, but to be honest, I think Vegeta read the game pretty well, and his strategy choice was the only thing he could do, because once he lost water so badly, Schnippe overcommitted a little bit into the water. He just produced 3 to 4 more warships, so he spent more resources, and Vegeta just decided to go, wait, I don't care about water, I do a land all in with early palace guards into rams, and it was very dangerous for Schnippe. The only thing he misread a little bit in his situation, I would say, is not blocking the gold. Once he would have blocked the gold, Vegeta way higher potential to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing with the Genius crossbowmen, they cost 100 gold. That's quite a lot of gold, actually. And if you block the gold, like, well, congratulations for reaching castle age, but you can't do anything. And so yeah, I think that would be like the one thing that he I don't want to say could have done better, because it's like he didn't have too many tools left, at his disposal, and so I think he did like the best what he could do, and as you said, like more or less the only option that he had available to him after he lost to water, and it was very very close as well. I mean, just like that situation, the exact same situation, 2 or 3 more rams, which he had the wood for that, and then you just snipe the landmark and you get a cheesy victory. So it could have it was a very close one. It could have worked out. Um, Fortunately for Schnippe, it didn't work out. So this
Yeah.
is the moving back to the lobby. This is the first of the best of 3, and so Schnippe taking it. Very close and very aggressive first game, 15 minutes. Which it's a water map, so usually those go kind of quick. Um, and they might actually be in the second one already. Let's check the draft. Okay, they did the draft at least. Oh, oh, I love this. I love
And
this.
and let me add one more thing. I think even though um it's very juicy that Knights Templar have only one landmark that early, if he would have killed the houses
Mm,
um before hitting the TC, Schnippe would be housed and
mm,
also could not go for any crossbows or military or something like this. I mean, he could place houses everywhere on the map, but it's annoying, It's
yeah.
annoying, just you can't produce anything because you get housed, then you have to rebuild houses, and the houses were around the TC, they get destroyed way faster
Mm,
than the main TC itself, and he also should have gone for the range before hitting the main TC, because he had only 2 rams, I think, when he pushed the main TC.
yeah, there was like
Um,
two left.
he could also ram with 1 palace guard and 1 ram the dog for to deny the fishing, the food income. So there are quite
Mm,
a lot of things I think would be um, more juicy than hitting with only 2 rams the main TC, because this is easier to defend. It
mhm.
has a lot of health.
Yeah, yeah, no, that is true. That would have been an option as well, and there were a couple of houses actually that Schnippe built with this one villager that built the docks, and so they were like very exposed. And so that alone would be 30 pop that he could deny in a sense. Um, but yeah, anyway, that's behind us. Let's move into the next one.
Yes.
I'll invite you to the group,
Oh,
and then
really?
we'll have a very, very, very fun matchup, I would say. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I'm hyping up just a little bit, just healthy hyping.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Uh-huh. Whoa, 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 whoa! On Cascades!
yep. So we have Cascade, Vegeta this time playing the Mongols. We've the first time we've seen it today against Order of the Dragon played by Schnippe. And so no surprise, no like I would say everybody who knows me knows I'm a Mongol, absolute Mongol lover. And so I'm super super excited to see this one here. Uvo being constructed immediately. Town center is trying to set up here. Could be a little bit difficult. Okay, never mind. I think they fixed it because yeah, sometimes with the sheep you can get in trouble here. So very good spawn here. Losing a little bit of time obviously for setting it up, but you have the gold secured, woodland secured. Not too far off of the Uvu, so that's fine as well. And then you could see a dog fairly soon. He's going up. He's going on wood right now, but we could also see some Dark Age aggression. So Mongols, a lot of different options, and wow, if you're looking at the map, by the way, I mean, Schnippe, his gold is at the end of the world. Like, could we see a tower rush? I mean, if
Ooh.
if you have a tower like here, you deny this one gold, and then you technically also deny the other gold, which is like the next closest one, and all the other golds on this map, they're on like the northern side, and they're kind of difficult to get to if you have a tower here with the Mongols. So a tower rush would be super effective here on this map, actually. And so it kind of looks like Vegeta is going that option. So we see the barracks coming up, while Schnippe had opened with the docks, so that will further delay him. So usually with a tower rush, you can't even deny the feudal age, right? It's just like you have 100 gold to get. You usually get that before the tower rush comes up. But since you're opening on water, that might actually not be possible for Schnippe. So he might be in a lot of trouble in yeah, a couple minutes or a couple seconds rather.
Yeah, but also not only the tower rush is an opportunity. He also could go for a classical spear opening or all in. I mean, the standard procedure is you chop one tree for Rex, then another tree for two double production spears and a tower. Because you have 300, so 150 for the Rex, 100 for a tower, and 44 spears. He also could go, and it looks like and to me it looks like he's going more like this play. Instead of going for aggressive tower, the 100 would you spend all those resources into 8 spears. So I think it's 2 or 3 double production, and the rest is single production of spears, and burn down the dock the enemy placed. Especially on a hybrid map, it's a very valid play. And once you do this, you can go for aggression on to the gold. If you go like this, there is an opportunity for Schnippe to react on it. He decided to go for spears, Rex himself and spears. I think this is a bad choice. I will explain it. Not it's a bad choice. He wants to save his dog, for sure, because he invested in the dog, but he's already behind in military, so he needs a big micro now, strong micro play now to survive those 5 spears. They get around on those OOTD spear, and once the OOTD spear is dead, it's pretty expensive and rough situation. So instead of doing like this, he could have gone for villager pull on gold to get the 100 gold, get a second dock next to another in the north of the map or something like this to get those 3 fishing ships safe, and once he is aging up, he is instantly going for archers, and the OOTD archers get rid of all those spears here. The investment Vegeta is doing. So there are so many things which could happen, but Schnippe decided to go for Dark Age Rex himself. He already lost 1 spear, 2 spears on the field, and only 6 spears for Vegeta, so he did not go for the 8 spear play, as I mentioned before. He just went for 6 spears opening, and yeah, he tries to kill the dog, but he's a little bit struggling, and now we have 3 Dark Age spears by Schnippe, 4th on the field, and the situation is turning.
Well,
The
yes.
situation is turning.
Yes, but no. So the thing is, I mean, we've seen an earlier game where HIE was playing against Japanese. The thing is, Order of the Dragon doesn't have a Predator early on, and so they can't heal them up. And they're very expensive. They're also like kind of like twice as strong, so that kind of makes up for that. Scout Scout can't get killed here in the wood line. But the dog is burning, so he did get the gold for like the resources, the bounty for that, so that's nice. Schnippe has to pull a villager, which is a better version of, it's a gilded villager, so that is more valuable than a regular villager, so all that idle time. He's getting another bounty here by just setting it on fire once again, so that's very, very nice for him. So that feels nice, and all this investment means that Schnippe now can start, building the Minework Palace, wherein we're like 10 seconds away of the feudal age here, and then we can see some archers or Mangodai even. If if Vegeta wants to go for that with the deer stones, that could indicate the Mangodai play with the Khans hunters. Doesn't necessarily mean to, but it could. And then you have archers against the gilded spearmen, and well, good luck fighting them. Even with the owl pikes, doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah, true, but Mangodai is, I mean, also Schnippe is not that far away from feudal, right? So he is hitting it soon, and I would say he is not burning the dog in time before Schnippe is hitting feudal himself and dropping a arrow ship, especially because of the echo, and also, I mean, sure, it's only Dark Age spears, but 6 against 9, even though they are hardened Mongol spears, they lose badly against those Dark Age spears, and sure, there are Mangodais now dropped or in queue, but I would expect an archer ship pretty soon. He needs a bit more wood. Oh no, he's not. Is he investing in archers? Oh no, he's producing 1 more spear? Because if he's dropping an archer ship at this dock, Mangodais are kind of useless.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
Going for... I think he decided to go for an archer here. I'm not sure if this is the right choice. I see more potential in the archer ship, but I mean, also the OOTD archers, never underestimate or don't underestimate. I'm too stupid right now.
Don't worry, yeah.
Underestimate, sorry, OOTD archers, because
Ooh, that's a heavy loss here right now. I mean,
yeah,
Vegeta still does have a couple of spearmen here. That's a very like 1 health. Okay, now he's finally dropping dead. Did lose one of the Mangodai here, so the reason why I don't like the Mangodai as much, especially like early on, is, as you said, like an archer ship here would basically be the end of that. The archers of the gilded archers, especially of Order of the Dragon, are very strong as well. So you do need to be very careful here. Might lose a villager. Actually, that was a very close call here.
oh yes.
And so I think, like, he was saving up a little bit of stone So here's going for the Mangudai. I personally am a huge fan of the Kashik, so I would just go Kashik regular archers, and that should beat this comp pretty hard if you micro it correctly. So, and I think also that Vegeta should have invested a little bit more into actually burning that dog down, because yeah, he was forcing Schnippe to react and do a lot of things and all that, but Schnippe didn't really lose access to the dog and to the fishing and to that eco that it provided, and by now is ahead. So now we see the archer ship coming up here, so that is dealing super effectively with this one here as well with the spearman. So shouldn't be an issue at all to now hold this dog forever. Um, and so yeah, he's ahead in eco now, even though it was a very tough position to be in. And so I think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity maybe for Vegeta, saving the stone instead of double producing the spearman. Um, and now he needs to defend his Uwu, and now he's in trouble.
Yeah. Now he's in trouble, and I personally, I mean, I love to play Mongol as well. Sekunde. I prefer, or I love Mongol as well. OTD is my nemesis. It's hard to face OTD for me as well, at all. But I would like to see, especially early on, go for 4 Mangudais, okay, to get some to gain some map control, and that follow up with mass archers, because the early threat are the spears and the archers and nothing else.
Yeah.
And with mass archers you can handle it. With Kashyyyks and archers, it's very hard to micro this, because once your Kashyyyk, it's not like a normal spear. One spear is hitting my Kashyyyk. No, if one OTD spear is hitting your Kashyyyk is nearly half dead.
Yeah, it's almost one-shotting it. Yeah, it's very difficult, and that's the thing. Like one of the reasons why it's difficult to play against All of the Dragon is because it's super difficult sometimes to really figure out, like, okay, there's a couple units, like how, like, can I take that fight or not? How dangerous is that actually? Um, because it's like, oh, it's like just like we've seen it, like in one of the fights, like, oh, it's just a couple spearmen. I have way more than you have. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. His spearmen are twice as strong. And so he lost most of his spearmen at that point. He did lose a couple Mangudai now, maybe killed a couple villagers with that, um, which, yeah, no, I'm not even sure if he killed a villager actually. Like with the Mangudai raid just now, like at the end, and then like lost the Mangudai and
He did. He didn't, because there were 2 horsemen, OOTD horsemen, running it, and I mean, even one OOTD horseman kills 4 Mongoloids easy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they're basically knights if you're looking at damage and health. But then they're super fast with 1.88 move speed, and the Mangudai with slightly slower move speed than other cavalry, even other knights. No way, no chance to get away from that. And so, yeah, a little bit surprising end to this game here. A little bit quick surrender, I would say. But at the same time, he's like, yeah, I mean, I'm way behind. Like, I know I couldn't take water from you. I'm kind of losing the land right now. I did lose my Uwu. My food eco is probably gonna be next to that because I lost map control, and um, so yeah, there's not really a need to keep going. And so Vegeta down 2-0 right now against Schnippe. So it's a best of 3. He still has no wait, never mind. That's it. I was gonna say it's
This
3 games.
was yeah. So was it semi-final or final?
No, that was the
I'm
finals.
not sure.
So
Yeah.
Schnippe taking it 2-0 against Vegeta in a very quick, a very aggressive best of 3 finals in the top bracket. And now we can actually move it over to the middle bracket, so the other bracket going on. Oh, perfect timing. So they just started the finals here.
Oh, nice.
And so it's also very nice because now we don't have to think about, oh, which matchup are you gonna pick next? It's like, well, this is the only one. Like, um, so Poupa playing against Nostralexa. So we did see Nostralexa earlier on Himeyama with the Byzantines. We
Yes,
haven't been
sure.
able to catch Poupa as far as I know, right?
Right, we didn't.
So we get a chance now. By the way, shout out to ShiroiiiShi or whatever. Gold player making it to the semifinals in the middle bracket. So
Nice.
very nice. So good job. Um,
I mean, this is a pretty strong statement, and
mm,
I'm not sure what he. So I'm interested what he played through the tournament, but ladder ranking is quite a different to tournament ranking or tournament games.
true.
So
Yeah.
even though even you are in ladder on let's say Conqueror 2, ladder Diamond 2, and you play mostly one civilization, a Diamond 2 player who's playing all 16 civilization can beat you in each tournament because um, it's so often depending on maps and matchups on the
Mm,
maps. When you main civ is not fitting a hybrid map, and the opponent who's Diamond 2 maybe is on a civilization strong which are strong on hybrid maps, they have the better timings. And once you as a Diamond 2 player maybe have a little bit less mechanics, maybe the strengths of the civilization can yeah, let's say cover this deficit quite a bit. I mean, it's not a huge deficit like Pro to Conk 1 or whatever, but the point is ladder ranking does not tell you anything about the skill of the player, or sometimes less than you expect, let's say it this way.
yeah. Um, so yeah, I'm just looking at to see if they it doesn't look like they started it yet. Um, but they did the draft already, so that's at least something. So it should be Byzantines against Delhi, apparently. Well, I don't know.
Byzantines. Oh.
Big Templars. Wait, it doesn't show the Caesars. It should. I don't know. Um, but yeah, so apparently one of them is picking Templar instead, but they hopefully should have started, like should be about to start fairly soon. Let's put it that way. Um, okay, they're starting Relic River, so a map that we haven't seen today actually because we missed it in the Swiss stage.
Oh, true.
Uh,
Relic, bro. And what one is going for? One is going with Templars, right? You said.
Yeah, so Nostralexa is picking Templars. I think he said that apparently there's a bug in the I don't know if like which draft did they use? Wait a minute. Because they said that there's like the new civs are not showing in the draft, but I just checked the draft links and they should have all the new civs as well. Um,
I mean, we fixed it like 2 events ago or something like this. I remember it was kind of short time, but it was
yeah,
fixed definitely.
yeah. So we did fix it early on. So I don't know like which draft they maybe they used the older link. I have no idea. Because it's if I look at their draft, I don't see the new civs either. And so Nostralexa wasn't able to actually pick the civ that he wanted to pick. Um, and so he's picking, he's picking Templars against Byzantines. That should be it on Relic River. Check one more
Ooh.
time if they already started now. Don't see it in the list yet.
Who picks Byzantine then? So ShiroiiShi or no, not Shiro. Who?
Poupa picks
Poupa
Byzantines.
was it? Yeah.
Yeah.
This sounds like a rough match for Byzantine on this,
Yeah.
especially on this map.
Yeah. I mean, like the last times I played Byzantines against Knights Templar, the beginning was fine because I just went fast castle. You know, got most of the relics. I take control of the sacred sites and all that kind of fun stuff. But eventually, I'm like, I don't know how to deal with the units that he has because the heavy spearmen are kind of weird. The genius crossbowmen, which I think are more or less like the general, the standard choice for Castle Age. They're super strong, difficult to deal with, and the fortresses are just annoying. And no matter what I do, I can't really shut down every single sacred site. Like
Yeah.
depending on the map, of course. And so it's kind of like yeah, difficult to do that. So yeah, I agree. Like, it is pretty rough playing against Knights Templar with the Byzantines. Maybe I should boom more. I don't know, but yeah, didn't have
I
too
think
much
it's
luck so far.
I think especially on Relic River. So I
Mm.
mean, there might be some matchups or maps, Lipany or whatever, which is
Mm.
a heavy berry map, for example, or
Yeah.
something like this. Way easier, but the way Relic River is designed, it's pretty rough. So
Yeah.
you have 3 sacred sites, but each sacred site is also a choke point. So
Hmm.
and you have one sacred site where you have early fish echo, possibly with I think 6 shoreline fish spots.
Yeah.
So as a Knights Templar, you are interested in the South Sacred side as at all, especially when you go for a harbor dock opening. What you should go against Byzantine, I would say. So
Yeah.
you are interested in defending the south part, and you get a kind good gold in the south part. So the only thing you need to do as a Knights Templar is to sustain your food echo, getting a dock at the south, just just put your military there, defend the spot. Meanwhile, the Byzantine is doing his thing or whatever. And once you hit castle, you can get some keeps up. And when you, even though the enemy gets all the relics, let's say you
Mm.
survive all the shit.
Yeah.
Once you get the keeps up in castle, you are done. You are fine.
Yeah.
Because of all the choke points, the enemy always has to go through a keep.
Yeah.
And within the influence of the keep, you have a range advantage of your military.
Mm.
So that's a ridiculous situation. And because of this, all over this, I think you never want to fight Knights Templar, which can set up their base or their game plan on this map using the choke points, even though you have one sacred site on your control. But
Yeah.
Knights Templar don't care about this.
Yeah. They really don't. And you pretty much explained exactly how the game so far for me went against Knights Templar. Um, and another thing that Knights Templar can do very well, which is super difficult to deal with, if not even impossible to deal with, is like by the time you build your mercenary house and you go for example, let's say Keshik, um, I don't think like with the cistern change and all that, like slightly delaying your timing, I don't think you can have the Keshik out before minute like 5.5 or 6 maybe. And by that time, if they go for that opening, they're already on the second town center for a minute. And so it's like, I can't deny that. I can't do anything against that. Then they're pumping out units like crazy, and I can't defend the sacred sites. And then I basically lose the game. So,
Yeah.
yeah, pretty rough. Knights Templar, I like the concept. Very cool Civ. Very difficult to deal with for sure. Um, we're still waiting on the game. I don't know. Like they should have started for a couple minutes now. I don't see the game on any at all right now. A little bit unfortunate. If you see the
I
game, like
think
currently Poupa seems to be online.
I'm just looking. I'm just looking
I don't know.
right now. I think, but I have to say, I think I found my when you go for observe, game is 5 minutes in 5:43. Sometimes the observer watch or the observer overview is bugging. Use the filter, just put on tuning packet EGC Tech 3 tuning packet. They're supposed to use it, and it shows only 2 matches. One of those is Poupa. And if I don't use the filter, I don't see the match sometimes. So it's, I don't know why.
Yeah, and
However,
it's
I
okay.
jump
It's
into
been
it.
going for 6 minutes, and I was probably just looking at the newer one. So we got that figured out. So let's you in my group. Okay. We could also
And
see
I
Puppy Paw's game. That will also be fun. But he's not playing in Low Elo Legends. I have I'm
no.
sorry, he's not playing there. Oh, that would be so busted.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Oh.
But talking meanwhile, I mean, opening is opening. I think on some, maybe a lot of matches or maps, Mongol have a nice potential or opportunity to fight against Knights
Hmm?
Templar. Maybe not on hybrid maps, but on land maps, because when you play, there is a build order. You can have a decent feudal timing, like 410, something around this, and once you hit, or just quite before you hit it, you have 2 horsemen on the field. So the horsemen are on the way to the opponent base. They are feudal horsemen once they arrive, and they arrive in the time even the second TC got placed or the villagers are still on stone.
Mm-hmm.
So a 2 TC play can get countered by this, kinda, or just delayed. And if the opponent is going for the French opening, and you with the pilgers, you will catch the first or the second pilger with the horsemen when you scouted them. So there, I tried some things. They have a decent timing to catch up in this scenario. However, we see Nostralexa playing Knights Templar on the left and Poupa Byzantine on the right.
Yeah, and so I do agree. Like I think Mongols is one of these civs where like they don't really have like super great matchups necessarily. I think they're just overall a very good civ because they're very good at being aggressive. But I think especially against the Knights Templar, they have some very good openings where they can find a lot of damage. Yeah, especially with the horsemen. Poupa with the Byzantines opening a little bit more on stone, so immediately went on stone with 2 villages. So we're gonna see a lot of cisterns being dropped for sure, but that further decreases your like the time where you can hit feudal age. So I don't think that it's necessary. I mean, when the sister was 125 stone, that was rough, and so then it probably justified more going with like 1 or 2 villagers on stone. With cisterns being 120 stone, I think you could just drop a mining camp, 2 houses, and then you just drop with the next one you drop the cistern, and then you're basically just a little bit delayed to compare to what it was before. Principality of Antioch coming up as well, so maybe we're gonna see the sergeants this time. There's hoping. Would be fun. I like the idea. I don't know why it's like. Okay, I do know in a sense why it is a melee unit being range damage. It's because of the plus 10% bonus damage that also then influences the sergeants. So yeah, a very interesting concept of a unit here. So maybe we're gonna see that. And also interesting is going to be what mercenary contract the Byzantines are going to go for in this scenario.
Yeah. So I mean, what? So the question is, what is my game plan as Byzantine? I mean, not like assistant thing. That's pretty obvious what he's going for. He's going for the level 3 cistern, hitting feudal, so kinda boom or whatever, boosting his echo. But what's the follow-up idea? So Mona, do I want to fight feudal? Do I want to fight castle? Do I want to go for a long game? What's my game plan? And I think if I would be Byzantine here in this scenario, on this map, and I scout what he's going for, what HRP went for, I would take the longbow contract. Because his unique unit, early on, is a unit which is weak against range units.
Yeah, true.
And I have horsemen. I have limit tonight if he's going for horsemen to counter my longbow contract or something like this. Javelin throws. I would go for javelin throws when I expect or when I plan to go for mid game, late game things. So for castle timing or something like this, because there's always the danger of those special crossbows, and with my javelin throws I have a counter for these crossbows. What I think I would not go at all is the Kashik contract. Because first of all, you get heavy units in feudal, okay, fine. You get heavy units in Gulam, fine, and you have the elephants for late game, but especially for all those, there are good counters for Knights Templars, right? Early on, he has a good wood echo to print out spears.
Yeah.
To counter the Kashiks. Castle timing, he can go for the crossbows. If I hit castle, or he's going for the heavy spears, then he have a counter for the late game for the elephants, which might come in. So I don't see this contract at all against Knights Templars, and the other two defend depending on my game plan, what I want to go for, what is my overall game plan on this map in this matchup, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this all makes very much sense. My counterpoint to that in a sense would be, if you're going for the Kashik, you also force your opponent to do something about it. Like, we see 2 barracks being dropped, so he needs to invest in that kind of stuff, and he is crammed into his space, especially on a map like this. I mean, stone is outside of the town center, food is almost outside, gold is outside. And so with the Kashik you have the mobility to run around the base of your opponent, you try to find damage here and there, hopefully find a villager kill here and there, and you just force him in his base, and he's stuck there. And then you can do whatever. You can go fast castle, you only invest it into the Kashiks, you take the relics, you take the sacred sites, and with the Kashik you can also pretty effectively deal with the pilgrims. And so it's just like, it's not like, how to say that, in a strategic sense, it's maybe not the most logical unit, but in terms of what it helps you achieve, in terms of, you know, pushing your opponent into the direction that you want him to be in, I think that the Kashik would make a lot of sense. But, yeah, I mean, for now we're not having any Kashik. We do have the Sergeant. So, very interesting concept again. So it is a throwing axe that is a melee damage, which is important because of, yeah, the Principality of Antioch. So this 1 damage extra is just already there because of the commandery choice. And they're gonna be very effective against the Limitani, so I don't think that this will work too much in Poupa's favor.
And javelin throwers contract for Poupa. I mean, I wonder. I have to check the stats. I wonder if those will also.
It shouldn't. It shouldn't. It's a melee infantry unit. They shouldn't deal super effective. I mean, like they do. They have a good like base damage, but in terms of like what they're countering.
Yeah.
They're not, like this +4 what they're having, that shouldn't be in place. Like, I'm pretty sure they're just dealing the 8 damage, And then it's like, you could have had archers with similar damage and better attack speed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So this is. It looks like Poupa wants to go for fuel aggression, even though he's nearly to castle already. What's insane when you think about it, but it's because of the deer. Oh no, he's still not on deer.
It's level 5 cistern, that's why.
It's level 5. That's ridiculous. But however, I think it's the wrong contract for his game plan right now. You see, as you said, the damage is not good, and on the other side, and on the other side, they die to the sergeants. Quick, like I don't know,
I mean,
I don't have words to explain it.
And that's also like the thing, like one of the reasons why javelin throwers are so good against archers is because they're having 3 ranged armor right away, and so they're halving the damage that the archers would put out. But since that's melee damage, they have 0 melee melee armor, and so the javelin throwers, like, not doing bonus damage, but also not having armor against the sergeants. I mean, that's insane. Like, the numbers are looking good for Poupa, so he might actually be able to win this. But the sergeants with their damage, look at the damage of it. Oh my goodness, just melting the javelin throwers here.
He doesn't need any archers at all, and he's investing in archers. He only needs sergeants and has a 1 unit counter to the whole game plan by Poupa. And and that's what I said before. What's my game plan as Byzantine against this? And once I scouted this contract and I decide to go for a feudal aggression, I have to go for the longbow contract.
Yeah. Yeah, this is insane.
I mean, not?
Oh, my goodness. And the Limitani also, like the sergeants having 4 melee armor, which means that the Limitani also only do 4, like, it's half the damage. This is so insane. Like, they do nothing against them. They're just tanking away, and then just like 5 or 6 are enough to one-shot one of the javelin throws. And they're quite expensive in a sense. Like, you know, you don't want to lose them. You want to mass them up if possible. Oh my goodness, this is so rough. And like, to my earlier point, like, just imagine you had like 4 Kashyyyks now against this. Like, this would be a field day for you.
But but as you had your counter argue, I would counter argue. I mean, when I go sergeant, I already have Rex on the field, right?
Yeah.
So it's the easiest thing I can do is go for spears in this scenario. And I can't produce Kashyyyks like Mongol guy is doing.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing why I say I don't see Kashyyyks at all. The only thing what Nostralexa is struggling quite a bit, I think Nostralexa doesn't have a it's not so clear what he's doing or what he wants to do. Not what he's doing, what he wants to do. He has 1.2k gold on the bank, 300 food on the bank. So macro is a bit off. He's investing into archers or units, still investing into the units. Could have gone castle already if he stopped producing. On the other hand, if he would produce only sergeants the whole time, he would overwhelm the Byzantine. And here's another fact, what's funny or interesting. The sergeants do quite a good damage against buildings, so the cisterns or the connection of the cisterns will be destroyed in just a couple seconds if he commit full to sergeant in this scenario because of the mercenary contract Poupa decided to go for.
Yeah, I mean, the sergeants, they would be very good here with torching down stuff, and Poupa moving in now. He has a couple horsemen on his side, but again, horsemen, they're good against the archers, obviously, but with a 5 melee range, 5 melee armor unit, you're still only doing 4 damage per hit. And now, yeah, as you mentioned, like, there's the spearman. in the mix here as well. So just brutally melting the army of Poupa, who, while all this was going on, was hitting Castle Age. So not the ideal moment to pick a fight when you're aging up. You usually do not want to do that. So basically now he's castle and he doesn't have any army, and Nostralexa knows that, and he's just moving out now. Ah, oh, this is so brutal. This is so brutal.
And I mean, Nostralexa himself can hit castle in a second.
Yeah,
he might
now.
go for it. Just now, right? And he clicks on it. Now he's chasing the villager. He should burn all the cisterns instead of diving the TC.
Yeah, just,
what is he doing?
Basically.
This is alright. This is not what he's going. What he's doing there. Just destroy the connections of the cisterns.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of like needs to work with the army here, and there's a couple of Varangian guards in the mix, and they are kind of difficult, of course, to deal with if you're only having a feudal army. But still, the numbers are just so much in favor for Nostralexa. And what the thing is, like, the sisters, like, that's great if you're having a level 5 sister, that's 26% bonus gather rate. But at the same time, your opponent has been on 2 town centers for 10 minutes now. So, what, you know, in a sense, like, what is better, like 26% or 22 now, 22% more gather rate with your 50 villagers, or just having 20 more? Like, I mean, I'd pick the 20 more villagers if I have to be honest. So.
And because of the positioning of the cisterns, he dropped from level 4 to level 2 immediately.
Yeah.
And because of the bad fights in the beginning, and I can't say it often enough, because of the contract he chose, he's in a pretty bad spot, pretty rough spot, because the javelin throws, they don't help at all. There's nothing, if Nostralexa would stop producing archers, because he don't need to go for archers at all right now, there's nothing he's countering the javelin throws with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. And I mean, you see like the cataphracts here doing overtime here, like, heavy lifting in this fight. One cataphract going down, the other one is still standing. The Golden Horn Tower, I mean, great stuff, you know. Hopefully, that will. But then again, okay, so we do have the camel riders, so you're just getting more javelin throws, like more of the unit that you don't need. And I mean, I don't know about you, like, I don't even know if I ever played the Golden Horn Tower, to be completely honest with you. Like, I played probably a couple hundred games by now with the Byzantines. Like, I mean, okay, most of them I was like, you know, just, you know, like, trying stuff against the AI, and optimizing build orders. But like, even against like regular players, I played a good amount of games, and I think I never played the Golden Horn Tower, because especially with the cataphracts and with the Kashyyyks, if that's the, you know, like, my weapon of choice, having the Pilgrim Flask and just healing them up mid-fight just feels super nice.
Yeah, but this is a timing thing, right? So, when you go for this age up, or for this landmark, you have a timing where you need to do a shit ton of damage to gain something out of it, kinda. So the Gold-Conqueror Tower will help you the whole game until late game. The cistern, if you reach late game, the flask are not so necessary, because you they are limited, right? They gain over time, and when they are used, you have to wait until they restored and stuff like this. So it's just a momentum. So this landmark is like the shinobis for Japanese. They are early on, they are nice, but you don't get anything out of it once you hit castle, or the game is running longer than 12 to 50 minutes or something like this.
Yeah.
When point of when a specific time is over. It's the same with the gulp play, what we call it very lawfully. The Gold-Conqueror Tower itself, you have a resource saving situation here because of 3 units. And if you ask or talk to all the big players, to all the pros, look, we talked 2 weeks ago. We talked about Wingard Tower according to Berkshire. Berkshire is a steady defense building. Wingard landmark as English or House of Lancaster is a resource-saving building. You don't save resources with Berkshire. So if the fights are not going around the Berkshire is doing nothing. The Wingard itself, it pays you, it gives you something consistently over time. And if you ask pros and talk to pros, they always tell you the strongest landmarks are those landmarks which do something with resources, saving resources, like Meditation Garden, like Kua Storehouse, like Kangasan Palace, like and so on and so on.
Yeah. No, that all makes a lot of sense. My counter argument to that, in a sense, would actually be, if you're saving your units because they don't die because you have the Pilgrim Flask ability, in a sense that's also resource saving. So I mean, I totally agree, it's a momentum kind of thing, and at a certain point, and that's maybe also where the games against the Knights Templar for me went south, is where I realized, okay, now I'm in the situation I don't have unlimited amounts of Pilgrim Flasks, and so I'm kind of running dry here. And I'm missing the units, and so maybe maybe against Knights Templar it actually would be better to go for the whole Golden Horn Tower. I might try that the next time, but like for now, like every time I tried it and like tested it, and like, you know, like it didn't feel like so great compared to the Pilgrim Flask, but I might have to try that one time. But until then, Nostralexa, putting up a hard fight here against Poupa, who is just streaming in units, but it's mainly horsemen, which, again, they don't do any damage almost against the sergeants, so that just
not at all.
I mean, that just feels so rough. It's like 4 damage per hit. And even the Varangian Guards, now we're having a couple of crossbows on the side of the Templars. Even the Varangian Guards are not good anymore. Fortress getting dropped fairly soon here, increasing the pilgrims, and Nostralexa also getting quite a nice amount of gold here, right? Let's see how much that is. Yeah, 148 gold, that's very, very nice. And by the way, that has been uncontested for the whole game. Like, this is so much free gold. And not to mention that Nostralexa, I would say, could have even played it a little bit better by going on water, which he didn't. But so that's like, if you want to look at what could he have done even better, that's something that he could have done. He could have gone on water, and he would have won even harder than he's currently doing.
Or just reading the game quite different. So his decision going for a multi-army combination early on was necessary, right? So he spent resources in kind of unit type he didn't get any effort out of. Instead of going mass sergeants because of the choice his enemy did, he doesn't need to go for different units. And also this, I mean, having a build order is the one thing, but reading the game and looking what is happening, what is my opponent doing, and just reacting on it to bring pressure on the opposite side is also a part of RTS, and sometimes it's a difference between two leagues, let's say Diamond, Conch, Platin, Diamond, Silver, whatever, doesn't matter. This is also a part, I would say, he could do better in this case, but doesn't matter at all because he's just overwhelming Poupa at all with his game style, with his game plan, with the sergeant into crossbow assisted by Spear's game plan. And Poupa, even though he had an insane good economy early on, hitting castle, meanwhile he's getting bad fights, producing military, meanwhile he's getting taking bad fights, he's falling behind.
Yeah.
And Byzantine normally is the civilization, especially with level 5 sister and Golden Tower and mercenaries, who is overwhelming you with military, not the opposite thing.
Yeah, I mean, usually, as you said, like Byzantines, like I would say next to Mongols and Delhi, one of the best like pump out units like there's no tomorrow kind of civs, and really struggling right now to keep up with Nostralexa, which again doesn't really surprise me if you're thinking about Poupa has a 26% bonus scatter rate, at least if he's under the... No, it's not like a global bonus, that's one of the things to mention. It's only for those in the range, but he's also like half the amount of villagers. And so, even though he is on 5 level cistern, which he needed to invest a lot into, to keep it going. Nostralexa with 2 town centers is just booming away. Free gold with the pilgrims and all that, and yeah, Poupa cannot hold up anymore.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, Knights Templar, very strong, very strong.
Absolutely. I agree in all the points. And also, we see again decision making can or have such a big impact. People
Yeah.
sometimes or mostly don't expect how big the decision making, how big impact the decision making can be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, like we seen like one bad fight in a sense from Nostralexa, and other than that, it was a pretty clean fight, you could say. Um, and yeah, like the with the Silk Road contract, like javelin throwers, camel riders, and the grenadiers, I don't like that contract. I have to say I really don't like that contract that much. But yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I mean, I see what you mean, but there's one matchup where this contract is just made for, I would
Mhm.
say, and it's French matchups.
Yeah, yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, totally agree with that. Even against French, I would still like to have the Kashik just because then I can put some counter aggression on the field. But I mean, there's other ways for Byzantines. You could go for the horsemen, and they have a certain tech that gives you more damage and gold if you kill villagers, and so you could just go for the horsemen as an aggressive point. So you don't necessarily need to have the Kashik on the field. So um,
Yeah, and
yeah.
you uh, kind of pay the advantage or the opportunity to debuff French cavalry because of castle camel riders,
Mhm.
and the javelin throwers can counter kind of the often played or the mostly played Arabilit, you know what I mean?
Abilities.
Yes,
Abilities.
French crossbows. So it's this contract is made for countering or done to counter French civs, I would say.
Mm. Yeah, that's seems very reasonable. I might have to try that one time again. Like I usually go for like, well, I like Kashyyyks. I'm a Mongol player. Let's just go for the Kashyyyk, and it usually works fine. But I guess that also is a matter of like on certain skill levels, you can beat something else with a very bad strategy if you execute it right. And so maybe it's just like one of the cases where it's like it's not the ideal way to play the game, but since you're good at that way of playing the game, you're still kind of successful with that. So,
Absolutely.
uh, yeah, I might have to try something else, and play a little bit around that. And I do know I wanna try the Golden Horn Tower sometime, but I like every time I'm in that situation, I'm like, the sister would feel nice right now, and I know I will love it. Like the next couple fights. And the thing is also like potentially like the early castle age fights that you will then take, they usually put me in a position where I'm like, I don't need the free units. I'm already way ahead because I just completely destroyed all his army, and then it just snowballs from there. Like I mean, for example, like
Yeah,
the other
but
day I had a game against House of Lancaster where I completely destroyed him in the early fights, and then I just torched down his base. It took a while still, but like he was not able to recover from that. So
yeah, I see what you mean. But I mean, this play is heavily addicted or based to um, I would say fast castle timing.
yeah, yeah,
So
pretty much.
if the opponent sees what you want to go for and does not punish you for this, so he gives you the free way on the castle timing into the gold play into cataphracts,
Mm-hmm.
sure, you get paid. But if the enemy is expecting something like this and he punches you with this, so
Mm-hmm.
for example, a long time when the gold play gets meta, HRE was pretty rough
Yeah,
because HRE mostly played also fast castle, and HRE fast castle will die to gold Byzantine fast castle gold play. But if you go for a horseman opening HRE into spears to protect your space and the horseman to harass the berries and the gold, uh, the castle timing is nearly the same,
mm-hmm.
with one big difference. You already have around 20 spears on the field in your space and about 10 horsemen once you both hit castle, or just he is faster castle, but he cannot do any damage because there are too many spears on the field. So it's pretty easy if you know how to counter this play. This is
Mm-hmm.
what I want to say.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
no, absolutely. I totally agree. Also, one thing that you can counter fairly easily if you focus the weak units, because they will also trigger the ability, and then you basically waste like 100 something health, just because your archers use the gold instead of the Kashyyyks in the front. So there's ways to play around it for sure. And yeah, I guess it's up to a certain skill where it's like you need to be using the most efficient and optimized build or whatever and strategy. Up to a certain point, I think it's more or less up to the preference, and I just prefer the gold. That's why. So, um, but yeah, so the next game is up. You are in my group, so we can.
it's. I
Let's
mean, we
see.
have to wait 5 minutes, right?
It
Because
depends if they only have if they're nice and they put a 2 minute two
oh, that would be
minute
nice.
delay
Yeah,
on
yeah,
it, and then we don't have to wait as long. But we can still talk about the draft then, if we have to wait.
yeah.
So
For sure.
I'll just hit observe button. By the way, just to do a little bit of some advertisement for us, if you enjoy watching us or thinking about joining, we're hosting free tournaments every week on Saturday for basically all skill levels from bronze up to all the way up to Conqueror 1 in 3 different brackets, so it's all nice and fair. And you can win a little bit of prize money as well. But you can also, and I think that's actually like might be the more interesting thing, you can win coaching. So you can win coaching from 2 of our admins, Askeladd and Draxos, some very good players. Askeladd is in chat here, so shout out to him. One of my fellow and favorite admins, also German. Draxos, very good player as well from North America. But you can also win coaching from Myriad, who is a very good player and a nice guy as well. I met him in person in the garrison, or during the garrison. Very nice guy. Super friendly. And yeah, as I mentioned, like a really good player as well. So if you want to join us, hit our Discord. You'll get all the information there. And it's just a very fun time. And speaking about fun time, Abbasid, Poupa playing the Abbasid in green on the right side of the map, Himeyama against Nostralexa, who is favoring us once again with the Byzantines. So slightly
Same matchup
different.
we saw before today.
Yeah, pretty much. So a little bit of a different, like slightly different. Only one villager on stone instead of two, which I think is let's put it like smarter move
Yep.
in a sense. Like I think two is a little bit too much. Um, Well, Askla, that's on you then. I mean, I think for me, any game where business involved is a fun game. Like even if it's a biz mirror, it is just a fun time, and you just have to love life and be a happy camper, and then everything is okay. So don't worry. And you know it's a best of three, so so we might actually see like a third game depending on the outcome of this one. So you know, there's hoping. There's hoping. We could, you know what? We could still see the English mirror in the best of like in the last game, right? I mean, that wouldn't. Oh, please God, no. Oh, please
So,
no.
I mean, Nostralexa, yeah, as you mentioned, classical Byzantine opening. He did go for 2 TC today before,
Mm.
and we see 6 villagers already on berries, and
Oop.
3 wilds on gold by or for Poupa. So I want to mention this is a military wing opening, and yeah, it is
Yeah, it
military
is.
wing comes in because normally, I mean, I don't know why they still 4 but 6, but normally I would say, or I would expect, if there are only 2 villages on berries, it might be more echo
Yeah,
play
the eco wing. Yeah.
because you don't wanna move the dudes for idle time off
Dudes.
from berries, and if he starts with 6 on berries, it's an intention that it might be a more aggressive play. And yeah, he's going for military rings. So different to what Nostralexa was facing against Idle Villager.
Yeah. So, oops, that was the wrong one. So a little bit different. Yeah, than before. Military wing, I think, makes a lot of sense. If I would be facing the Byzantines, I would expect this kind of like uh, feign aggression. You know, you just build a couple of units with the whatever contract you're choosing, and then going into fast castle. Um, and so, but I mean, that also depends on if I scout the stone here. If I would be scouting this one here, I would be like, okay, yeah, there's a second town center with the Byzantines, where I'm like, I'll take it. That doesn't sound too bad. A little bit of an idle time here with the villagers. Yeah,
But
and Poupa also on stone. I mean, like, so he's looking for a second town center apparently. Uh, Even though he's not on an eco wing, I mean, you clearly can still do a second town center. I heard the opinion that the eco wing is more or less only to go for like the third, fourth, whatever, and the second one you can regardless just go for anyway, whether you have eco wing going or
ooh.
not. The military wing unit's moving out, so that could actually, I was gonna say pressure the stone, but he's already off stone. He's off gold as well. Where's the second town center coming? He doesn't have enough wood right now. He's working on that. Um, Grand Winery being constructed with 2 villages, so not too hastily. Um,
Power aggression. It's not. Is it second? I mean, I was
ooh,
wondering, is it really a second TC play by Abbasid because only 3 wills on stone?
mm-hmm.
But
None
is
on
it
wood as well.
maybe only for reinforcing the tower? He's setting up a production as well. So
Yeah, I mean that
I would.
makes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that makes sense
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah. I would say. Is it a delay second TC? I mean, going out of the map with, with military ring to go for pressure, especially if you have a Byzantine on the other side, which is not known for early aggression, is very typical for Abbasid. I mean, it was before the last season or 2 seasons ago, I think it was meta to do it like this. And but what's crazy is some scouting issues. He could punish this TC instantly, but
Um,
he did not
well, I mean,
because
he just scouted it right now, and he only has a couple units. I don't think he can actually punish it. And the positioning secures the second gold, so he will lose access to this one here. But at least that
two
provides
things,
him. Hmm?
two things why he can't punish it immediately, and he's going not for a second TC. Or is he going for a second TC?
I
He's
think he
going for
is.
another tower.
It looks.
What is the game plan? So why I said he can punish it. So he saw the amount of stone. He saw only level 1 cistern. All those informations tells me, all right, this guy is not going for cistern level up things. So he should go, or he wants to go for a second TC or something. If I recognize this, I have to scout where he might place the second TC. I don't see any second TC, so I moved my military. He is on military ring, so he could immediately pop off 1 or 2 rams and hit the second TC. Immediately. So this is what I meant with punishment. Or he could go move his army into this position, and even he does not kill the TC, but killing 1 or 2 villager in this situation would be helpful to bring himself in an advantage position for a moment, because he decides to go for a feudal aggression. Or no, he's going for a second TC. Crazy.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah, this is
Right?
a little bit of everything. The TC placement is also kind of interesting. It's not in the middle of the deer pack. It's not close to the berries, so it's kind of like I have to be perfectly honest. I've never seen an Abbasid town center placement like this. Like this would like usually like I don't know. It's more like French or something, where like I drop it in like next to the deer and then just gather in the deer or something. And it's super delayed, so in a sense, Nostralexa already ahead because he had his second town center way earlier. He will, for a while, not have any access to to that gold, but that is not even like a big issue for him. And the thing with Poupa and this decision to have the scout in here and just like doing like one hit, well, like 1 damage per hit is. He doesn't see anything on that map except for this outpost and his own base, and so that is I don't like having the scout in here because like you need it to run around. You don't know what your opponent is doing. You don't know how many he has on gold. You don't see that. You don't see how much he has on berries, how far he is ahead. So you could count a little bit like how many units he might have on the field. You don't. Okay, now he's seeing the cash tick, so that's some valuable information, but you don't see what is having in the back of the base in terms of military production buildings. He doesn't know if you have a blacksmith. So that's just a lot of information that he's missing right now. And all he got is a little bit of a delay here and then a very delayed second town center.
Yeah. Yeah, so in the first moment I thought, oh, Poupa is cooking something. The stone, the tower, the military ring getting aggressive, stuff like this. And then staying on stone so long, the second TC that late, also military production before the TC gets dropped and stuff like this. I don't know. However, this TC positioning is kind of valid. So, and here's why: the food, the berries, and the deer are just next to it. And you see now the blueprints, he's connecting it to the House of Wisdom, so he will get into and the buildings will count for the Golden Age stuff and so on and so on. So it's rare, but it's not never played or something like this. Especially when you go multi-TCs with echoing, it sometimes happens that Abbasid is doing something like this because he wants to save kind of the food resources. Especially he's not echoing, he needs these natural food resources because the farm transition is way more expensive than he went echoing. However, what I a bit wondered is, what is Nostralexa doing here? He went for the Kashik contract, and this is a contract I definitely not see against Abbasid because of the camel units Abbasid has, right? So this is a bit crazy. Also, he might go for a kind of a castle transition here because of his macro. If he wants to go for the gold play, I'm not sure if this is the right choice because when there is a civilization which can punish the gold play kind of easy, it's Abbasid and Ayyubids because of the debuff, right?
Yeah, I mean the debuff definitely doing a lot of work there. At the same time, if he is going for the camel archers, they are very expensive. They're costing a lot of resources, and you can kind of more or less easily counter them with the archers, so it's not super bad. And the thing with the Kashik also is, yes, you can debuff their damage, but you don't debuff their health that they're regenerating. And so, like, they will stay alive a long time no matter what you do. And so they don't feel as bad against them, I would say. I mean, I would still go for the Kashik, even though I know that my opponent is Abbasid, just because I'm like, well, if you're going for the camel archers, I have my archers, I don't care. And with the Kashik, I still have the mobility, and I can put a lot of pressure on here. And we've seen earlier, he killed a couple villagers. And that must feel nice, especially if you know that you have been on two town centers longer than your opponent has. And you kill a couple villagers, so that puts you ahead even further just a little bit. Losing a scout, donating a sheep here, very nice, very friendly. Meanwhile,
and donating 2 Kashiks.
yeah, and they were very low health, so anyway. But Poupa, Castle Age is moving out. He has veteran archers. Does he have? No, he doesn't have boot camp, and he doesn't have the composite bows yet. So that is something that seems to be a pattern of today. That Abbasid doesn't really mind having the House of Wisdom text too much. Golden Horn Tower being rushed out here. 18 villagers on it. He's gonna come in a little bit late, losing one of the cisterns here.
Yeah, so there's a shit ton of wood on the bank of Nostralexa, so I'm not sure what he's doing here or planning here. Now he's dropping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 racks. So he wants to go for the Regalgarde immediately, it looks like, but I mean there are already ranges dropped for Poupa, so he can go for crossbows or also camel archers, and because of the contract he chose, he has nothing against the camel archers. Sure, he has archers on the field, but on the other side, I'd say, especially because of military ring, the archers for Abbasid, if he's playing it well and micro it very well, are quite better than the archer situation or range situation Nostralexa finds himself in. And now the triple ram push is going for the exposed second TC, and there's 23 military on the field, 6 Virigagade in production, 6 Kashyyyks on the field. Are they already veterancy? No, veterancy is coming in. Luckily, it's coming in pretty soon because also in the game before, Nostralexa was a bit delayed with his castle tax upgrades. And according to the House of Wisdom, I mean, we have the tech for cheaper tech ups, so one House of Wisdom tech is already used. Maybe not the most important one, but just one. The ramp push gets denied and badly destroyed by the Wills together with the Kashyyyks, and yeah.
Yes, I mean, very brutal fight here for Poupa. Kashyyyk doing a lot of work here. There's a couple of Ghulams on the field, so they're like naturally a little bit more difficult to deal with if you're not having crossbows. But even then, the Kashyyks in good numbers or in equal numbers can easily defend against that. They will heal up again. So it overall shouldn't be a big deal. Ranking guards, they can go toe-to-toe with the Ghulams and deal a lot of damage. Depending on the situation, could even use the Berserk ability. And deal some extra damage. Mangonel getting constructed here, so that should put an end to the archers. Poupa trying to counter what he just faced. A couple archers in this outpost here again, so Nostralexa could actually move out here and torch down this outpost relatively quickly. It's only 750 health. And he's just going to do just that.
Yeah, and also he is not.
It's kind of deciding a little bit and
Weird.
contemplating whether it's worth it.
The tower wasn't worth it. The way how he played it, it wasn't worth it at all because, you know, typical Byzantine counter for Mongol tower rush is just go up to, I think the number is once there are 4 spears in the tower and the tower has the emplacement, go up for 8 Limitonai, Feudal Age Limitonai, use the shield wall and burn the tower. Pretty easy. So this is the same situation here with only this one scout inside. It does not do anything. It didn't. The investment was not worth it in this situation because it did not stop gold gathering at all because of the second gold and the TC on the gold. And the scout did not bring you any more vision or information about what the Byzantine guy is doing. Echo count, I mean, nearly the same kills on both sides, but Echo numbers are ahead for Nostralexa. He has some, Poupa has some idle TC times, like now, so that's the reason for the Echo count difference, and we still not have any relics gathered by now, and Kashyyyk's doing the work on the berries in the south. Also one group of Kashyyks is moving to the north, so raiding party is coming in. Raiding party is coming hot.
Yeah, so good job here by Nostralexa with the different raids here, trying to find the points, the weak points of the Abbasid base, which is very spread out, and Himiyama being a very open map, kind of difficult to wall. And so doing I don't how many. Well, I mean, there was a good 10 villagers, I would say, that he found down there. The issue on the other side, the flip side to that, is that he lost basically all of his army because he's lacking the crossbows. And so in a sense he is trading eco with military, which, yeah, I mean, since it's only 2 towns under Abbasid, I guess it still works, but it is a dangerous game because now Poupa has cleaned up the army and could, in theory, move out. And Nostralexa is just sitting in his base with his army, not like readily preparing the second wave of attack, and so close with the Kashyyyk finding anything here, but it's right there, buddy. Come on, there you go.
Yeah, next villagers get killed by Nostralexa, one Kashyyyk just arrived and
Finally, like,
survived, not arrived, just survived. And Poupa is overreacting to this one Kashyyyk moving his whole army to kill the Kashyyyk. Meanwhile, another 4 Kashyyks running from the south into the base. So Nostralexa have the better, let's say, army positioning and army using right now than Poupa is doing, and also the echo situation is way better for Nostralexa. Not mention that he has 5,000 wood in the bank.
yeah, Nostralexa also like one relic already in his possession, the other one on the way. And yeah, I mean, like, I feel like I'm sounding like a broken record, but that's one of the reasons why I like the Kashyyyk so much, is they just move into your opponent's base, and yeah, it's knights basically, but you have them like starting with fuel age, so that always just feels very, very good. Move in, kill a couple villagers, and then you retreat, and if you don't have any units on your tail, you just find an exposed building and just torch it down, you get to full health again. So it just feels very, very strong. And Nostralexa is doing a very good job here with raiding them and making sure that yeah, that the eco difference here grows more and more. 24 villager kills. You usually don't see Byzantines being that much ahead in eco in villager numbers. If your opponent is Abbasid, you kind of expect it to be flipped around. So very good usage here of the Kashyyyks. Another radio on the top side, so just two different angles going back and forth. Denying all of these houses here, which could, yeah, will be an issue for Poupa relatively soon. Not to mention that 32, 3 villager kills already, and now he's moving in with the main bulk of his army. No siege on the field yet, so that could be the next thing that he could look for, just like one trebuchet to torch down the town center. But for now, feeling very content with just raiding here and there. Kashyyyk, even though they're facing spearmen, they're still pretty resilient.
Yeah, I mean, Nostralexa is using the mobility advantage to keep Poupa moving around his base. Meanwhile, he is fortification. He's dropping a keep on the south sacred side. Soon he's capping the south sacred side. So I'd expect he's also going for a keep on the north sacred side, also with the capture right after it. So it looks like he's going for a long-term plan or for a sacred side win condition here. Even he doesn't need to, because, I mean, look, the echo situation double and also military lead, but still 7.5k wood in the bank. I would love to see 38 villagers dropping farms immediately, hitting Imperial, and just use all those military production with a rally point into the Abbasid base right now. But he's going for a safe game. Fair enough. He has the advantage situation and he's using it to go for the pressure with keeps, sacred sites, stuff like this. Unfortunately, he's only building with now 2 before 5 villagers to keep at the south sacred side. A bit less, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking his sweet time there for sure, but at the same time, he's not pressured. He doesn't need to, you know, rush it up. And I mean, yeah, to your, like, again, great usage of the Kashyyks as a raiding unit. At the same time, he is bleeding a lot of them, so he does need to make sure that he has more of a front line. I mean, with the Varangian Guards, there's a very good front line instead of the Kashyyyk. So overall, a good usage of the units. In terms of eco, as you mentioned, a lot of villagers on wood, which he doesn't need right now. Not as many on food. He is close to Imperial Age, so he could drop it very soon, but He should rebuild the cistern, getting up to level 5. That would be very, very nice. We're 25 minutes into the game. So basically, just take all of them and build like, yeah, 2 more sets of olive groves around your base. Get up to level 5 cistern, get up to Imperial Age, get your upgrades, get a little bit of siege, and then just end the game. Although, you might end it now, you never know.
I mean, the push is coming in from the south side into the base, close to the main TC. Mangonades caught off guard, no front line for the Mangonades. 2 gets destroyed. Third one was just in production by infantry in the moment he was arriving there. So it was destroyed before it finished up. Keep now gets dropped in front of the base. So this is a man, I'm here. I'm ahead. I wanna kill you, Keep.
Yeah, pretty much. Also very nice mowing down the mosque. So there's another 160 gold income that Poupa doesn't have access to anymore, which means he's almost down to 0. He's very much off in terms of, you know, going up to Imperial Age. Nostralexa floating a ton of resources, which I guess can be excused because of the state of the game, but you know, in a sense, like that could definitely be a little bit optimized. Going for Imperial Age before that push, but he saw his opportunity, he moved in, and he wins the game. So can't really be mad at him.
Absolutely. So it's a 2-0 also in the middle bracket final, right?
I believe so. I was like earlier on, I was like, wait, did he win this first one or not? Because
Yeah, it was Nostralexa with Knights Templar against Poupa with
with
Byzantine, and
Byzantines, right? It
Byzantine
was like
gets
flipped.
molded. Yeah.
Yes, oh my god, like, yeah, Byzantine eco on 2 town centers, like, even without the level 5 cistern, it's like, you know, quote unquote, only 4% per level. Um, so it's like, you know, sometimes doesn't seem as big of a deal, but it could even have been like a little bit better. So, but great game, very well played, and yeah, with some good ideas, how to, you know, how to approach this game, how to approach this matchup. Um, I'm a big fan of the Kashyyyk, so I don't think that was like a bad situation, like a bad choice. And it definitely worked out with some very very good rates on his side. So yeah, Poupa lost the first one, lost the second one here as well. So middle bracket also finishing a 2-0. Nostralexa being crowned our middle bracket champion of this week. Earlier on, we saw Schnippe beat Vegeta 2-0 as well. So they both will get the Legends tag in Discord. They will get the um, eventually we'll get the prize money as well. And also, of course, we'll also be able to or get a chance at winning the coaching raffle, as I mentioned earlier. We'll do it off screen. We'll not do it on screen on stream, but um, yeah, shout out to these people and thanks for playing. And with that, I believe yeah, I guess we're done, right?
Yeah.
Any
Thanks.
anything from your side? Any additional words or?
Just only wanna say thank you to the guys who enjoyed or just watched the stream. I wanna thank you for being here and enjoy all those good content with you together. Hopefully we find another opportunity or time to do it again. And yeah, guys who are watching the game, keep going, register and participate to the low elo legends. It's just all depending on you how the event is going on, and yeah, hopefully we will see some more EGC games this night. I will enjoy definitely. Peace out, see you
Yeah,
guys.
I mean EGC going on. There's a lot of stuff going on there. I think for now we're gonna raid Yak. He's one of our casters as well. He just started streaming, I think. So we're gonna head it over to him. Um, But yeah, as Alexa said, thanks for tuning in. If you missed some of the games or if you want to rewatch them, we're gonna put all of this up on YouTube with timestamps and all that fun stuff, so you can find exactly the games that you're looking for. Thanks for tuning in, and don't forget to like, subscribe, whatever. Join our Discord. Support us in any way you can. We're 100% community funded, so everything we do is with your contributions and with your love. So thanks if you if you can support this in any way, shape, or form. And with that, we are gonna head it over to Yak. So Alexis, thanks for powering through with me for all these hours. 5.5 hours been going on now. Um, yeah, thanks for being here, and we'll catch you guys some other time. So take care, guys, and bye.
Bye bye.